Hello, it's your favorite birdie. A little bit later, but there's reasons for that, I promise. And I hope you are all having a wonderfully good time. And oh, looky, we start off strong today with a pink kitty in chat. Does she have a collar on? That's the important question. No, I'm joking. How are you doing today, Alyssa? I did see that there were a couple of messages. Let me just quickly catch up on them, because I just came back to them. I gotta grab some dinner, but I just wanted to say thank you for hanging out earlier. It really meant a lot. I'm having the headphones on anyway. Oh, no worries, Alyssa. I'm surprised you streamed for as long as you did. You're not like any stream I've ever been to of yours. 2 to 3 hours has been the max for you. So to leave and then come back and find you're still live after 4 hours was kind of a surprise, actually. But yeah, no, happy to do it, and thank you for stopping by. I'm still wearing my punk spiky collar. I mean, I never specified what kind of collar, so I'll take it. I will take it. All right, let's get the game up and running. It would help if I actually had, the game up and running. You dumbass, birdie. I am so prepared. Alright, let's just give it a second. Let OBS catch back up. Maybe? Possibly? There it goes, Jesus. So how are you feeling tonight? I am feeling okay. Surprisingly cold, and I have a bit of a serious problem ahead of me in the not too distant future. I'm almost out of Irn-Bru. In fact, I'm down to my last can of it. I do have bottles, but I prefer the canned stuff. Easy to easy to refrigerate, easy to just take care of all that shit. But how are you doing tonight, Alyssa? You thinking you're gonna be around for our usual Thursday meetup? All right. So what I'll do is I'll just take it onto that screen for a second, and I'll also show off here. So the part of the reason why I was so late with this bloody stream is because I was going, just like I did with Chapter 1, I went through Chapter 2 a couple of times, and I went and got all the wrong ends of them. Annoyingly, one of the wrong ends, as I found out, has a name tag in it. First world problems, Irn-Bru supply low. That's not a first world problem. That's just a Scottish problem. But I mean, if anyone ever wants to get me more, exclamation mark thrown. Yeah. So annoyingly, one of the wrong ends, I think it's wrong end 6 on that list, actually had a name tag on it. Specifically, oh. Yep, it's specifically Nari Amatoya. Amatoya, I probably butchered that. Immolated while bound to chair by arms and legs, thought of her friends until the very end. Yeah, yeah. I also learned, while getting these wrong ends, there's apparently timed sections in the game. Weird that I had to wait until a wrong end before I find that out. Slightly disturbing, come to think of it. But yeah, while I'm on this page and while shit's quiet, I will lose my mouse entirely. My mouse on the screen is not where it actually is, because that's my position on the first screen where my OBS is, but I've got the game on my second screen, and it doesn't know how to differentiate between the two, I guess. But here, let me give let me give a cute kitty cat some treats, especially considering she's wearing a very nice collar today, allegedly.
Ooh.
Round 4. Fight.
Ooh, nice, perfect. No way.
That's all.
A double perfect.
Ooh.
Wow.
I was not expecting that.
You win.
And I think they just freeze up, don't they? That's what I would do.
A double fucking perfect. That's my girl. And that's why you don't get on her fucking bad side. Alright. So, with that in mind, so now that we've done all that, I've done that all off screen. If there's interest, if there is interest in it, what I might do off stream is I might go through the game a couple of times and actually show off some of the wrong ends, like the decisions you have to make, or in some cases not make, to get those wrong endings. And I'll just have it as like a separate highlight reel on Twitch or on my YouTube page. I haven't decided, but that's only if there's interest in it. But this time, before I worry about any of that, we unlocked a new chapter. A fateful encounter indeed. I'm just going to say right now, there is no way in hell I am letting this run for 5.5 hours like it did yesterday. If it gets to like 10, or half 10, 11 o'clock or something like that, and I'm still doing this, I'm just going to save mid-chapter. Given that there's 6 endings in this one, I'm kind of worried. On the bright side, at least Purgatory only has 2. Which is concerning, actually, for a completely different reason. Anyway, let's see what our fateful encounter is. And it's official. My last can of Iron Brew is open.
天神5番地の
Oh, there we go.
これ23だよな。それとも33か？まったく。
And I thought my
山
rating
崎
was
先生の
bad.
字は読みづらいな。
Well, at least I can tell the difference between a 23 and a 33. I will pray for you. I may need it. This really wasn't my day. I knocked over my alarm clock this morning. I mean, that's no bad thing. And of course it stopped working. That's definitely no bad thing. The very last pork sandwich sold out right before my eyes during lunch. Okay, that's a bit more bad luck. And I was roped into a favour when I happened upon my homeroom teacher, Mr. Yamazaki, long after the school day had ended. So now, like it or not, I was on my way to deliver some notes to Miss Yui, your homeroom TA, who was out sick with a cold. Aww. I will pray for you to the Iron Grew Iron Grew? The Iron Grew bonds. Yeah.
後でゆかに謝らないとな。今日は早く帰ってゆかの買い物に付き合ってやる予定だったし。
Dude, I think you lucked out by missing that.
天神5番地23の11。ここか。
Oh, see, you did figure out it's a 23.
これが6番地33の77とかじゃなければ。だけど。
Never mind. So I stopped to compare the memo in my hand with the apartment building in front of me. 2 stories tall and looked a little on the shabby side. To be fair, that would be classed as council flats, at least in England, maybe parts of Scotland as well. Probably about 20 years old, except over here it'd be like 200 years old. It didn't seem very solid, nor was it particularly stylish or chic. It was a completely unremarkable structure in every way. The fact that it's a completely unremarkable structure is in of itself a remark, you dumbass.
ここの207号室いや 201?
Jesus Christ, you have phones! Put your notes in text! I mean, my handwriting sucks, yes. But I know I have bad handwriting, so I text everything, I type everything, I only write when I have to. Anyone who's ever seen any of my Eurovision scorecards would know exactly how bad it is. Why would someone live in such a rundown apartment building? Surely not by choice.
先生の給料ってもしかしてすごく安かったりするのか?
Don't know how they are in Japan, but they certainly are over here. Can a fit of personality? Are you saying Miss Yui is completely unremarkable in terms of personality?
No, ここが201号室か。でもユイ先生の家じゃないな。
And how would you know? The door plate for the room nearest the stairs had a name I didn't recognize scribbled on it, okay.
ってことはこの奥か。
You don't need to feel nervous. You need to be on your guard, because if you hang around much longer, you're going to get shot. And finally, I arrived at the last door.
ここだ。
There we go. Shishido, that's her. For an adult's handwriting especially, the letters were rounded and overly cutesy. What's wrong with that? I mean, at the end of the day, she's a young woman. What's wrong with being cute? I leaned in to read something written in small script on the corner of the door. Okay.
愛病注意?
Beware of cat! Oh, Jesus.
って猛犬注意じゃなくて?
Shouldn't that be a beware of dog? You, my friend, have never owned a cat, have you?
ゆい先生らしいや。
So how exactly does one beware a house cat? Carefully. Is it even possible for a house cat to be threatening? You definitely have never owned a cat. There have been days, a funny story actually, I'm gonna stop for a second here. When I was in a relationship with my now ex-fiance, and I was staying at her place over in America, she had a cat of her own, but the cat was kind of fond of me as well, because I swung by as much as I could. One one day I got the fright of my life. I fell asleep. I fell asleep. I was absolutely exhausted from the day's events. And then I started rousing the following morning. I'm not entirely awake at this point. And I'm like, and I like, my mouth is open, but it feels gagged. And not like that before anyone says anything. And I'm still half asleep, but so I don't think too much of it. I was like, and then I feel something tickling my cheek, and I'm like, okay, what is this? Is this the missus just trying to be cute or what? So I open my eyes. I finally am awake enough to open my eyes. And I was met with a gaze. It was not my fiance's gaze. It was the cat's. Somehow, I had fallen asleep with my mouth open, snoring, and had been woken up by the act of the cat, exploring, shall we say. Yeah. How's that to start your day? First, you wake up and the first thing you see is the house cat an inch from your... It's like literally in your face. That one became a running joke for a while. I do miss the cat, but yeah, that was she didn't let me live that one down for a while. So that, yes, they can be threatening.
それにしても山崎先生もひどいよな。風邪ひいたクラスメートにプリント持っていくならわかるけど、風邪ひいた副担の先生のうちに授業のノートを届けろって。絶対におかしい。間違いなくこれ担任の仕事だよ。
And yet here you are. Well, it's not like you've gone through and had to read through all the gossip.
これ生徒が読んじゃまずいノートなんじゃないのか?
Tempting as it was, I just couldn't bring myself to look at them. Satoshi is a good boy. Mr. Yamazaki put his faith in me after all. Yeah. Still seems like a bit of an ass. And I was stronger than that. I couldn't let Liz get the best of me. Although... At any rate, I was here. I should have just been able to drop off the notes and be on my way. Right? You've had ample opportunity to drop them off. There's a fucking mailbox on the door. You've had ample opportunity. Putting all my doubts and misgivings aside, I rang the doorbell. Fuck the doorbell! You have a mail slot! Use that!
俺呼び鈴をしたよな。ゆい先生！どうしよう。寝てんのかな。起こしちゃ悪いけど、でも心配だしな。
When we'd heard that Miss Yui was staying home sick today, we were all pretty disappointed. I mean, yeah. Especially the men. That's why part of me was actually a little happy that I was asked to run these over to her. And you literally just complained about it. I figured I'd be able to check in, see how she was doing, and let everyone at school know that she was feeling better. Right, there you go.
けど会えないっていうのは想定外だったな。ゆい先生、ゆい先生。反応なしか。ゆい先生、すみません。
He always sounds despondent at this point. Probably sleeping, or out at the doctor's or something. But what if she were hurt? Oh, for God's sake, now you're overthinking things. Opened the mail slot, peeked in. Okay.
ゆい先生。
It felt kind of wrong peeking into someone's house without their permission, which is precisely why I block my mail slot on the inside for that very reason. I mean, it still works as a mail slot, you just can't look at it. But I was legitimately worried about Miss Yui's health, so my conscience was clear on this one. Yes, and what are you expected to see from the hallway? I mean, the sign did say beware of cat.
ああ、猫。
A well-groomed cat, yeah. With its head tilted slightly to the side, it let out an adorable meow. Meow. Oh god, I just did that. This must be the cat I was instructed to beware. And since Miss Yui was always going on and on about her little buddy, I was pretty sure I remembered his name.
この子が噂のモレじゃなくて、確かモネ。
Monet? You called the cat Monet. To be fair, I've got no position to judge. My cat's name is Berlioz, so yeah.
そうだ、
Hello
モネ
there.
ちゃんだ。へ
Oh,
え、綺麗な猫だな。
hello there to you too, Dragonbish. Welcome. How are you doing this morning, afternoon, evening? Doing great, yeah, well. And myself. I'm doing not too bad, thank you. Bit late starting, but you know what? I'm here now, that's the important bit. She even had some tins of cat food hidden on a shelf in the classroom. Probably because she'd bought too much and had no room for them in their apartment. I mean, it looks like plenty of room there. So what have you been up to today, Dragon?
モネ、モネ。先生はいるか？先生がいるんだったら、起こしてきてほしいんだ。
Do you... Okay, it's a cat. When have you ever known a cat to follow instructions? When have you ever known a cat to be helpful? When have you ever known a cat to do anything that they didn't want to do already? Nothing much, just debating on what to play. Ooh, what are your choices?
モネ、頼むよ。やっぱり無理か。そりゃそうだよな。
Yes, Satoshi, you're a bloody idiot. Yeah, I just love the idea that you're having a chat with a cat through a letterbox. Haven't narrowed it down yet, oh fair.
ゆい先生、どうしたんだろう。どっか外出中とか？空いてたりしないかな。
Lost in the speculation, I placed my hand on the doorknob. And with a quick twist, I turned it and pushed on the door, opening it. Okay, so this is now going from special delivery to creepy chat with Cat to... I was going to say breaking and entering, but you're not breaking anything. Because it's not forced entry.
え、鍵かかってないのか。ってうわ、いけねえ。モネが出たら大変だ。うぅお前のご主人様は不用心だな。鍵もかけてないなんて。
Not sure what kind of mood I'm in right now. Are you looking for something depressing? Are you looking for something upbeat? Are you wanting to kick the shit out of something? Drive something? There gotta be some way of narrowing it down.
なんだその通りだにゃって。モネもやっぱりそう思うか。
Yeah, you are on the same page. And probably share about as many brain cells. Here I was, talking to a cat. Was this what I'd become? It's not what you'd become, it's what you always were!
どうしよう。
I was feeling pretty uneasy. What, because you were being stared at? Not only had I peeped into someone's home, I'd walked in without a second thought. I know! Imagine if she catches you. Moreover, this was where Miss Yui lived, alone. In other words, a woman's apartment. I know! What if you had walked into her and she was topless or something? No matter how many times I've reminded myself that I was here on an errand, I couldn't help feeling that I'd not only crossed a line, but leaped over it. I mean, I couldn't have put it much better myself.
ゆい先生。
I tried calling her name one last time, but as expected, there was no answer.
本当にどうしようかな。
Just put the damn paperwork down, get out the door, and go about your day. If she's asleep, she'll wake up at some point and see it's there. If she's out, she'll come back at some point and see it's there. Either way, she'll see it's there. I was trying hard to avoid being too nosy, but my eyes inevitably began surveying the room. Oh, please, we all know you were looking for her panties. The apartment entrance led out immediately into the kitchen, and beyond that, there was a sliding door to some other room. I could see light through the gaps. Okay. I strained my ears, but there was nothing to hear. No signs of life whatsoever. Then, what do you call that furry creature in front of you? Miss Yui really must have been out. Okay. One more time. See, you say one more time, but you've been doing it one more time for the last 5 times. I felt like I'd seem even more suspicious if I stayed silent.
ゆい先生、持田です。
What's the definition of madness? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results? Maybe she was asleep on the other side of that door. Yeah, why don't you just be a peeping Tom and go in?
確かめてみ。いやいやいやいや。
Jesus fucking Christ, I was joking, mate. I was genuinely joking. Entering the apartment unannounced was bad enough. It wasn't exactly unannounced. You've announced before you came in, you announced after you came in, you're still fucking announcing. But walking all the way in, opening that sliding door and peeking inside, that was just too much. You want to check the bathroom while you're at it?
ていうか、このタイミングでユイ先生が外から帰ってきたりしたら、俺結構まずい。
Just slightly.
じゃなくて、だいぶまずい。
Okay, yeah, that's maybe a bit more accurate.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Drink
Let the
water.
record show
Become
that this
Hello there.
viewer was here first.
I remember the days where Maligo used to just spam hydrate bits, or sound alerts, sorry. I miss those days. I could really use those days right now. But how you doing, Maligo? What have you been up to today? Ooh, excuse me. Actually, and while I'm just here as well, let me give a shout out to Dragon as well. Oh, hang on.
Okay, the cooked fish. Alrighty. We're still making the base, or are we gonna go explore out? Or should we go to sleep? So it could be daylight.
It's raining.
I don't want to get sick.
Is it raining?
Sounds like it's raining.
There we go. I owed you a shout out, so there you go. I'm good, was working as usual. Well, whoa, what the hell? What? Hang on. That was weird. That was really weird. Yeah, my chat just completely disconnected for a second there. Well, I'm glad you're working, Maligo. I'm glad you are. I unfortunately am no longer. But that's a story for another day. Days when could use sound alerts won't happen soon. Mortgage won't let me. Ah, fair enough. The joys of adulthood, eh? Well, you just being here is plenty fun enough, so thank you very much for that. Alright. I always felt like there were eyes on me, staring with disdain. Well, there's Bonnie, there's me as the player, there's everyone in my stream, and probably Miss Yui behind you, knowing our fucking luck.
Oh, そうだ。書き置きを残していけばいいんじゃないか?
Why you quit your job? I didn't. I'll leave it at that. I didn't. Alright, I could just leave a note. I should have about 10 minutes ago! Wondering why I didn't think of this sooner. You know what I was saying about Moni and Satoshi sharing brain cells? Or sharing the same number of brain cells? I just realised that was an incredible insult to Moni.
山崎先生から頼まれたのでって書いておけばいいんだよな。
That should be enough for it. What was your job about? I was a call center agent.
俺のノートでいいや。ゆい先生
And Nightbot's doing it spammy again. I need to adjust some of the timers on that, some of the conditions. I'm just glad the on-screen chat ignores Nightbot's posts. Oh, a person who gets all customers hate. Yes. Very much so, yes. Sorry about barging into your apartment.
あと不用心だから鍵はかけた方がいいと思いますと。ん
Well, shit. As I was writing the note, I sensed a presence in front of me. Until just a moment ago, this house had had no signs of human life in it. But now I could feel someone standing directly ahead. Standing and looking down at me. Fidgeting nervously, I put down my pen, raised my head slowly, and saw a white, slender ankle! Wow, you... No offense, you look like shit. Yep, there she was. Well, on the bright side, she ain't naked. Not far off, but...
先生。
That's one way to put it.
ゆい先生、俺勝手に入っちゃって。
I mean, to be fair, even the best kept men and women of the world, they have their off days. They have their sick days. No one gets through the entirety of life without falling ill. So, you know what? Meh. Oh wow, she's really not with it. Just standing there stupefied with a completely vacant expression on her face.
先生。
Jeez, what the hell would cause this?
先生、どうしちゃったんだよ。
Yeah, that was not a good idea. This was pre-COVID.
うわ。
This just seemed to make her cough. I mean, you shake me by the shoulders, I'm probably going to do the same thing. Whether that's before or after a sluggy in the face is up for debate, but...
先生。
Wet, productive coughs. Ugh. Some things do not need a description, and certainly not a detailed description. That's up there.
もう。
Well, nice to know she's a drooler.
大丈夫？ゆい先生。
Note she's not even said one word yet. Ooh.
先生
So her cheeks are bright red, and her ankles are absolutely fucking sheet white. Glad we got the basics covered. Oh yeah. Well, we got some. Well, I was going to say English, but we got some words, so leave it at that.
寒いのでも汗かいてるよ
Have you never had a cold sweat, Satoshi? They fucking suck. Okay, where's this going?
ゆい先生俺のことわかる持田だよ
That'll be a new then.
寒いならちゃんと布団で寝ないと出ないと治るもんも治らないって
It was the gaze of a severely fevered mind. Yeah. I can't even mock this too hard. I've been there myself.
ゆい先生
I beg your pardon?
えうわ
What the fuck? Aha! Moving on.
え
A few moments later.
Yeah, pretty much, Malika, pretty much.
えつかさ先生待って人違いだよ
You've got the wrong guy. And the sensation of her chest. Okay. Where do I begin with this one? One, we did not need a description of her chest. Two, you're a kid. Three, she's your goddamn teacher. Four, we didn't need that sound effect. Five, we didn't need that description. Help! What the fuck have I got myself into? I remind you, this is blind. Or at least this bit of it is blind. I just wish I was blind to this bit.
怖かった
Who the fuck is Tsukasa? I genuinely don't know who that is. It's not a name I recognize from the first game.
まさか来てくれるなんて思わなかった。
うわ
Would you stop fondling her? What the fuck is going on?
ゆい先生ちょっと離れて先生ってば
I struggled to wiggle free, but secretly I was enjoying this shit. Oh my god. What is going on?
司くん。
うわ
Would you stop? Oh, for fuck's sake. I really don't need to say anything, do I? A few hours later, we're still going to be on this scene.
そばにいて、司くん、お願い。
だから人違い
Questions were swirling around in my head. Not just yours. Why was Miss Yui crying and who was this Tsukasa person? They're not the questions that are necessarily in my head. The second one, yes. My first question is... what the fuck? I was most concerned for the state of her pajamas, which had become even more disheveled during her struggle. Fucking hell. And meanwhile, Mone's just on the floor, but like, the fuck are you two doing? Bitches, feed me.
先生パジャマズボンずり落ちてるから
司くん、あったかい。
ゆい先生ってば
See, this is just a situation that would never happen in real life. I mean, to be fair, when you've got a fever, you're not exactly yourself. But you're not really a completely different person, are you? There's still bits of you there, but it's like the bulk of what is essentially you is kind of hibernating, trying to focus on fighting whatever it is that's hitting you.
ゆい先生
Oh, thank God, we're off that scene.
もう
Pull yourself together. And your pants. Pull them up.
Mm,
先生俺は持田聡で司って人じゃ
行かないで。やだ。
Give up, mate. You ain't winning this fight.
「後で気がついて怪しまないでくれよ」
That's the least of your worries right now. I'll give him credit, though. He has to be pretty damn strong to carry her. Oh, like you didn't enjoy it. I'd done my best to avoid seeing anything I shouldn't, but I'm a guy! Oh, Jesus. Moving on. Swiftly. She might have been better off with a change of clothes altogether. I'm surprised you didn't jump at the chance. But no, that would have been going way too far. Dude, you've already gone way too far.
タオルとか何か拭くものでもあれば。って、ん？なんだ、冷却シート買ってきてあるじゃん。なんで使ってないんだか。もう。先生、ヒヤッとするけど我慢してね。これでよしと。
Alright. Alright. That's actually quite a cute picture. That'll probably end up being the thumbnail for the video, to be honest with you. Once I upload it to YouTube, I mean. And to be fair, given my own eye issues in the last couple of days, oh, the wonders of a good compress. Whoa! Wonder if Dragon's picked a game yet. Even in sleep, Miss Yui seemed to be suffering. Oof.
お、モネ。なんだ？先生が心配か？だよな。俺もここまでひどいことになってるとは思わなかったよ。さて、どうしようか。ゆい先生。
What you do now is you let the potato rest.
Drink water. Become moist.
I think Yui Sensei's moist enough for all of us. And I don't mean in that way. But thank you for the hydrate, Maligo. Oh, that went down the wrong way. Oh.
俺、このまま帰っても大丈夫？ゆい先生。
Oh, I completely didn't notice that. That's almost the look of, don't you fucking go nowhere. But whether that's for Satoshi or Tsukasa, I have no idea. And she's gonna wake up once she's herself again and just be like, this is fucking inappropriate. Why the fuck are you here? You're one of my students. What the fuck? But until then, I mean, to be fair, in his position, I'm not entirely sure I know what I'd do either. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't have found myself in this position to begin with because I wouldn't have tried to go in a bloody door. That wasn't mine! Okay. Wasn't any indication it's been used. Okay, so she's probably not eaten then. I'll take that as no. One dish was filled to the brim with water, and the other was piled high with dry cat food. Okay. Piled high?
なるほど。モネはちゃんと食べてるんだな。熱出してあんな状態になってても、お前のことはちゃんと考えてくれてるんだな。でもさ、ゆい先生、まずは自分の食事の心配をしようよ。
Well, it should be fine. You've got more brain cells than Satoshi. Cheap convenience store food in the bag as well. Hey, sometimes there's nothing wrong with cheap convenience store food. I just wouldn't have it for every meal.
米と、あと卵くらいはきっとあるよな。
Yeah, I mean, you could have like rice balls then.
卵がゆでも作ろう。
Or egg por... The fuck is egg porridge?
先生、キッチン借りるよ。
You actually expect her to answer?
仕方ない。ゆい先生の代わりにモネに許しをもらおうかな。モネ、キッチンを借りていいか？
Did you just seriously ask the cat if you have the cat's permission to use the kitchen? Never mind sharing brain cells, but hey, I think you've got them all.
ありがとう。
Also, I love the idea of borrowing the kitchen. Like, I just need it for a couple of days. I'll return it. I promise. Ah, this fucking game.
ゆい先生、ごめんな。ちょっと離れるよ。
Yes, Sensei, I need my pants back. Preferably because I'm still in them.
よし、作るか。
Right, you're free. Fucking run. Alright, I think that was probably a good idea. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, that was just the prologue. Oh, fucking hell.
ちょっとゆいかかったよ今くしゃみ。ごめんごめん、なんだか鼻がムズムズするの。まったくもう。ティッシュティッシュ、あれどこやったっけ。ああ、なければ私の使ってよ、せめてものお詫び。やった、じゃあ私使う。私も持ってないよ。ティッシュちょうだい。はい。サンキュー。あんたたちね、ティッシュくらい常備しときなさいよ。面目ない。まったく。それで何の話だっけ。そうそう、だからさ、とうとう3年になっちゃったよねって話。ああ、だね。
Seniors at
あと
Baiken.
1年で卒業か。卒業もだけど、私たちそれよりもっと考えなくちゃいけないことがあるじゃない。進路よ。いや、聞きたくない。
Oh, tough. You're gonna have to.
正直さ、進路相談何回受けたって将来のことなんかはっきりしないっていうかさ。だよね。どうするかな、ほんと。ねえ、ゆいはもう進路とか決めてる？実はね、もう決めてるんだ。なにゆい、何になりたいの？
Oh, Yui is this back when Yui was a senior?
私の名前は
wow,
シシド
okay.
ゆい、17歳。将来の夢は先生になること。
It is amazing how much she kind of looks like Naomi. Like, I don't have a picture of Naomi to bring up, but I swear, you put the two of them side by side, and they look very similar. I don't know if Naomi had the yellow, the little yellow cravat kind of thing, but not cravat. What would you call that? But yeah, wow.
あまりよく考えずに人のことに首を突っ込んでは空回ってることが多い私だけど、でもそんな私でもきっと頑張れば夢が叶うって信じてる。
Kisaragi Academy 5 years ago. Yeah. The cherry blossoms were in bloom and the rustling wind carried with it the soft warmth of the season. I was a high school senior now and was devoting myself to my studies in preparation for the day my dream could become reality. And that dream was to become an English teacher. Oh dear God. My grades were on the fence for getting into the university I wanted, though. Excuse me. So my best bet was to score a special recommendation from the academy. So whose dick have you got to suck to get said recommendation?
ある日の放課後、 私は職員室に呼び出された。何かヘマをやったのかとか、成績が志望校に及ばないとか、そういう悪いことを言われるんじゃないかってビクビクしてたんだけど、私の予想に反して呼び出された要件はとてもいいものだった。
うちの学園からはライバルはいなさそうだから、このまま頑張れば推薦してやるぞ。
だってなんかやる気出てきちゃった。この調子で頑張らないとね。それにしてもゴミ箱ってどうしてこんなに重たいんだろう。
Are you in the trash can?
ゴミ捨て場まで持っていくのも
Oh,
一
okay.
苦労だよ。
なあ、
Who the fuck are you? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you Tsukasa by any chance?
突然声をかけられてゴミ箱を抱えたまま振り返る。それは今まで話したことのない男子生徒だった。でも見かけたことなら何度もある。彼は7組の三國司くんだ。
I hate it when I'm right.
そこ、足元。根っこが出てるから気をつけな。
George, George, George of the jungle. Watch out for that tree.
あー
Wow, you're a prick.
ちょっとそこ笑うとこ。
だってよ。
I mean, to be fair, he did warn you.
もうそこはさ、大丈夫かとか聞いてくれたって。
悪い悪い。
あ、いいよ、そんな手が汚れるよ。
別にいいよ、そんくらい。笑った詫びに手伝う。
ありがとう。
うん。これで全部拾い終えたか？
うん、もう大丈夫。
じゃ、行くぞ。
え？あ、
This was my first time talking with Tsukasa, and he left a strong first impression on me. Yeah, he's an asshole that laughs at you, but damn, he cares when it counts.
ごめん、重たいよね。
別に。
やっぱり自分で。
いいって。はい、終了。
ありがとう。助かったよ。
じゃあな。
あ、ちょっと待って。
あ？
俺させてよ。
いいよ、女の。これくらいで。
いいから、ちょっと待っててね。友達が
Where the
増
fuck are
え
you
る
going
と
now?
いうのは嬉しいし、楽しい。その相手が三國司くんというのも嬉しかった。司くんのことは実は少し気になっていたから。
High school crushes. How I was, well, never one. I was never anyone else's crush.
よいしょ。
Not in school, anyway. So he's a bit of a loner. The image of Sakasa that stands out most in my mind is of him seated alone on that courtyard bench. That's kind of depressing, actually.
はいどうぞコーヒー牛乳でよかった。
まあなんでもいいけどサンキュー。
これは私からのお礼なんだから黙って受け取ってくれればいいの。
When is this guy? You've known him for 5 minutes and he's already gone against tradition. Do you expect him to suddenly stick to it now?
義理がたいやつ。
Besides, this may be a bit of a general statement, and I do apologize if this offends anyone, but don't teenage girls generally go for the rebellious types, at least in school? Well, rebellious, but not a complete asshole. The leaves rustled over your head, and if you closed your eyes and opened your ears, it felt as though you were in the middle of some forest. And then, if you looked straight up, the sunlight poured in through the leaves, and you almost felt like you were in another world. And then you find that you've been staring directly into the sun, and you've lost your sight. Game over.
初めて座ったよこのベンチ。
なかなかいいだろう。
素敵な場所。
だよな。
あ、だからなの？
え？
この時間とか昼休みとかよくここにいるでしょ。
おお。
この場所好きなんだね。
まあね。
There's probably more to it than that.
そっか。
And the leaves rustled as a gentle breeze blew between us. Oh, we were both silent for a bit, but strangely, it didn't feel awkward or uncomfortable.
聞かないのか？
ね？
いつも一人で何してんだって。
この場所が好きだからいつもここにいるんだよね。
There's probably more to it. I guarantee there's more to it than that.
そうだけどさ。
他に何か理由があったりするの？
ないよ。
じゃあ聞く必要ないじゃない。
そうだけど、ほら普通聞くだろ。一人でそんなんつまらなくないかとか、意味わかんねえとか、変わってるなとか。
I mean, you are a bit of a weirdo. But then everyone in this stream is. I'm a weirdo. You're a weirdo. We're all fucking weirdos. Uh.
そんなこと思わなかったな。ここが好きなら一人でいたって別に変じゃないよね。
お前変わってるな。いや、そんな顔しなくても今のは俺的褒め言葉だから。
I'm sorry, where was the compliment?
変わってるが褒め言葉？
Yeah, I'm with Yui on this one.
そうそう。
なんか納得いかないな。もう。
And on that note, there is something that I need to take care of. Hey, Midgard, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing this evening? Here, let me give you a quick shout out. I was actually just about to go be right back, but let me give you the shout out that you deserve before I do that. I'm just going to mute the audio first.
They're talking about Dark Souls 1.
This clip again!
Pyro bells. There's no memes though.
Shout out to Midgard, he's cured the cancer.
Wow.
It turns off all the cancer.
Wow, it makes it a fair and balanced PvP experience. How many
Except for the people who are using magic builds.
Yo, how many viewers do we have, my guy?
I can't fucking check on the phone.
Why not?
I don't fucking know why.
What
I just can't.
Yeah, that's my response to that. Get more. I need to stream more, but it's hard when my PC is fucking broken. You got consoles, right? No, I'm joking. I'm not that much of an asshole. It's fine. But yeah, give me a fucking hell. Give me a couple of minutes. I got a PS5. My first ever stream was on a PS5. What's your excuse? I'll go stream some Elden Ring again. Hey, relax. I'm teasing. It's okay. But I am going to be right back for a couple of minutes. I do need to take care of a few things very quickly. Midgard, you keep your butt right here. I expect to see messages from you when I get back. Give me a few minutes. Alright, really sorry that took so long, but I am back. And my back is killing me after that. Ah! Alright, so carrying on. First things first, before I go any further, do we still have a Midgard in our midst? Or has he actually got off to stream Elden Ring? Oh, my back is really hurting after that one. Ow.
Hmm? 本当はさ、この学校でもっと好きな場所があるんだよ。
どんなところ？
秘密。
Oh, that's evil. There's some place I like even more, but you don't get to find out.
とっておきだからな。
ってことは、そこも超素敵な場所なんだよね。
あ
あ。いいな。どこ？気になるよ。
Yes. Just be careful when you're asking a boy to show you his special place. Don't go.
ダメ。そう簡単には教えない。それに、いつでも見れるってもんじゃないんだ。そこの景色。
司くんは笑いながら紙パックのジュースを飲み干すとベンチから立ち上がった。そして目の前にあったゴミ箱をひょいっとつかみ私を振り返る。
Why should I be careful? I didn't say you should be careful. If a boy wants to show me his special place, I'm down. Moving on.
コーヒーをおごってもらったしな。ついでに教室まで運んでやるよ。
いいの？
Always support the homies.
ありがとう。あ、私のクラスはね。
4組だろ？知ってるよ。シシドユイっつったら有名だからな。
Famous?
どうして？
今から先生みたいな女子がいるって。12クラス全部で有名だよ。
それから私と司くんは何度か中庭で会っては話をした。校舎の中ではすれ違ってもほとんど話すことがないのに、 中庭では不思議と話が弾む。
あ、またお前コーヒー牛乳かよ。
Oh, for God's sake, learn the guy's coffee order.
好きすぎだろコーヒー牛乳。
そんなことないよ。
1日に最低2本は飲んでるくせにか。
なんで知ってるの？
You spying on her?
自販機でいつもそれ買ってるのここから見えるんだよ。
え？
ほらそっち見てみ。
本当だ。
I mean, he has a point.
昼休みも放課後もいつもシシドがコーヒー牛乳買ってるのバッチリ見てたからな。
You can set your watch by it. Jesus. I don't think she's that bad.
そんなことを言ったら、私だって司くんがここのベンチに座ってるのいつも見てたよ。
いや知ってるけどなんでまた言う？
She never left.
お互い気になってたんだなって思ったから。
なんだそりゃ。
Yeah, weirdo.
中庭での会話は
Nothing to do with the crush she obviously has on you.
教室で友達と繰り広げる会話みたいにあまり中身がなくて、でもすごく楽しくて。
It was like talking to a good friend in class. Shallow but enjoyable. Gee, you put a lot of faith into him.
この場所、夏でも結構涼しいね。
夏とか言うな。
Now there, I side with Sakasa. I can't stand heat.
あれ？夏嫌い？
夏季講習が目前に迫ってたら誰でも嫌いになるだろ
う。Okay, he's got a different reason, but yeah.
まあね。私たち3年生だもんね。夏だからって遊んではいられないよね。
お前は随分と楽しそうだけどな。
私は夢に近づいてるって実感できて嬉しいよ。
Well, you're a special case, alright.
私ね、人に勉強を教えるのも好き。
It's not a bad thing, by the
頼
way.
られるのも好き。
なんで？
お姉さんになった感じがするからかな。ほら、私一人っ子だし。
I'm having all kinds of random thoughts right now. Like, I'm wondering if Dragon found a game for them to play. I'm wondering if Alyssa, what Alyssa had for dinner. I'm wondering if Midgard, and like what his plan is for streaming. I'm trying to think of the way to say that. No, I'm not trying to get rid of him.
ああ、うん、まあ頑張れば。
はすっごいどうでもよさそう。
だって人事だしな。
そんなことを言いながらも、司くんはやっぱり優しかった。だって私の夢を笑ったりはしなかったから。先生になりたいって夢を話すと、大抵の人は笑ったり茶化したりで、あんまり真剣に聞いてくれない。
I mean, I don't know how it is in school nowadays, obviously. That is a long way behind me now. But I just, like, no one ever really laughed at the idea of someone becoming a teacher. Nobody really mentioned it, to be fair, come to think of it.
だけど、司くんは一度も笑わなかったんだ。
The fuck was that noise? Season was quickly turning to autumn. Hurry the fuck up! Oh? Everyone was off studying hard at the library or with tutors, okay. So one day, thinking no one else was around, I sat down in a lonely corner of the hallway and started sobbing, apparently. Initially, I had grabbed my shoes and left the classroom, intending to head home, but along the way I just started crying. I was overwhelmed. My sobs echoed from one end of the hallway to the other.
この日、私は無事に志望校の推薦枠に入れてもらえることになった。
Oh, nice.
嬉しくて仕方がなかった私はすぐに友達に報告した。けれど、いつもなら手放しで喜んでくれるその子がふと表情を曇らせた。私の前でそんなこと言うんだ。まだ私は夢も何も決まってないのに。多分私はひどくショックを受けた顔になっていたのだと思う。巴はすぐにハッとしたように目を見開き、慌てて謝ってくれた。だから私も笑って気にしてないよってそう言ったのだけれど気にしてないわけがない。巴の言葉と表情が鋭い針のようになって私の胸をつく。私、考えなしだったのかな。他のみんなも同じこと思ってた。
There's really not anything I can say here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting a head start in a competition. You know what you want to do, you do everything you need to do it. Seems pretty cut and dry to me.
Shishido?
Busted.
声をかけられて振り向くと、そこには司くんが立っていた。いつもは廊下であっても言葉を交わすことなんてないのに、この日はごく自然に声をかけてくれた。司くん。
すごい顔だぞ。ハンカチは？
持ってる。
じゃあ顔拭けよ。
司くんが戸惑っている空気がひしひしと伝わってきた。彼を困らせたくなかったから、私はこぼれ落ちていこうとする涙を必死に拭う。
何かあったのか？
何もないよ。
The word bullshit comes to mind.
何かあったからそんなに泣いてんだろ？
これはその友達とちょっと気まずくなっちゃって。でもすぐに仲直りしたから大丈夫。これはさ、そう嬉し涙みたいなものだから。
Get the nose clips. We might need them with this stench.
あ、嬉し涙って言えばね、私推薦枠に入れることになっ。
Huh?
What? マジか。
Of course he was. Even assholes have nice streaks. That sounds really weird out of context. I just realized, did I ever take my meds? Did my alarm even go off? Well, my alarm went off. Did I ever take them? What are we on today? Thursday. Nope, no I didn't. Shit, give me a second. Alright, sorry about that, I'm back. I'm all over the place today.
やったじゃんか。おめでとう。
うん。ありがとう。
お、
ありが
だからなんで泣くんだよ。ふん。まだ推薦枠が決まったってだけで推薦入試があるんだろう。嬉し泣きするほど喜ぶにはまだ早いだろ
そうだよね。
That's backhanded as fuck, but I see where he's coming from.
でもそうやっておめでとうって言ってもらえたからなんか嬉しくて。
たく。
ごめんね。
何が？
泣いたりしてわけわかんないよね。
そう思ってんなら早く泣きやめって。
Oh, that's blunt. If you don't know why you're crying, then stop fucking crying.
大丈夫だから。
I swear, oh for fuck's sake.
Oh, そうだ、シシド。ちょっと待ってろ。
Okay.
お前にこれやるよ。
鉛筆
A pencil? Of all the things you could grab, a pencil? A stubby pencil at that, okay. Chewed more like.
受験必勝鉛筆。
受験必勝？
これ使うと試験に受かるんだよ。
本当に？
And before they make you take the test with pen, black or blue ink.
ああ、如月学園に受かるのは難しいって言われてた俺がこれ使って受かったんだから間違いないよ。
Yeah, because apparently your pencil has more brain cells than you do. You're not related to Satoshi, are you?
じゃあこれ司くんが高校入試の時に使った鉛筆なんだ。
そう、経験新たかな鉛筆だぜ。
霊言新たか。
あ、それだ。
それじゃあ借りるね。ありがとう。
言っとくけど、貸すのは推薦入試までだからな。一般入試の時は俺が使うから返してもらう。だから推薦絶対受かれよ。
Pencil obtained.
今度は司くんも笑ってくれた。
I wonder. It actually appears.
人の気持ちまで勝手に思いやって背負い込んで、悲しみまで自分のものにして。お前みたいなのが先生になれたらいいのにな。頑張れよ。負けんなよ。
頑張れって言葉は辛い時にはプレッシャーになるから言っちゃダメってよく聞く。
And my heart skips a beat.
けれど私はこの優しい言葉が大好きだった。私頑張るね、司くん。
お。
この日から私はどんどん司くんに惹かれていった。彼は全然そっけなくてちっとも振り向いてはくれなかったけれど。
You're oblivious as fuck. It was October, the day before my entrance exam. The weather outside had been miserable since morning, and visibility was all but non-existent. So apparently the exam was in Scotland. It would be a bad omen if I were to slip and fall on the day before the exam, so I decided I'd wear boots to school, just to be safe. Well, they are made for walking.
行ってきます。
What the fuck? When I opened the door, I was shocked to see a white-haired old woman lying on the ground, soaked to the bone. Who the fuck?
おばあさん、大丈夫ですか？しっかりしてください。どうしたんですか？まさかひき逃げとか？
So the road running by my house was narrow and mostly used only by our neighbours. But it's not like it was closed off to outside traffic or anything, so a hit and run wasn't out of the question. But no signs of serious injury.
よかった。事故とかじゃないみたい。
Just a damn good soaking by the looks of it.
娘さん。
はい。
今日は学校へ行ってはならん。
You must not go to school today. Fuck you.
絶対に行ってはならん。
だけど今日は面接の最後の練習があってね。
行ってはならんと言っている。
そういうわけにはいかないよ。面接は私が一番苦手とする試験だから。それよりおばあちゃんどうしたの？お家の人は？
どうしてもか。
え？ Will I?
どうしても行くというのか。ならばせめて。
Okay. a crumpled scrap of paper. And she was digging around. I noticed that her breathing had become dangerously ragged and began considering my options to assist her. What, do you know CPR? Really, I should have gone back into the house and called my mom. You think? But there was something about her that kept me glued to the spot. You have a thing for white hair. I sensed desperation hiding in that unbroken gaze.
受け取りなされ。
何？
お守りじゃ。
A charm? Okay. So unfolded the scrap and looked carefully at it. At first, I thought I'd just been handed a piece of trash. But when I unfolded it all the way, I saw that it was actually a paper doll in the shape of a human being. And there was a name written on its torso. Yui Shishido? What? My name, written plain as day in easily legible brushstrokes.
どうして私の名前？
お守りだからじゃ。
More to the point, how do you know her name?
守る対象の名を書かねば身代わりにはならんだろう。
This was all crazy! It's batshit fucking crazy! I didn't understand it. What the hell? I didn't understand any of it, save for one simple fact. It's not going to stop me from going to school. This old woman was here specifically to give me this strange paper charm. And as far as I was aware, we were total strangers to one another. But she clearly knew both my name and my address. That's disturbing.
ごめんなさい。せっかくだけど、私これいらないから。
いらない。やっと。
I would have just thrown it away. I would have said, like, yep, thanks, I'm off to school now, bye. And then, once out of sight, I would have chucked it. Who the fuck are you?
わしが身を削って訪ねてやっているのに、なぜ誰もわしの言うことを聞かんのじゃ。
I can think of a couple of reasons. Lack of deodorant, for one.
受け取らぬなら絶対に天神賞に行ってはならん。
Heavenly Host? We're not going to Heavenly Host.
天神賞？
そうじゃ。行くな。行くな。
Huh.
うわお守りがこれでもう抗う術は失われてしまった。
ちゃん落ち着いて。
Yeah, calm down, but what the fuck is going on?
よいか、絶対に天神賞に行ってはならん。
I'm going to Kisaragi to piss off, woman.
待っておばあちゃん、私の学校は如月学園だよ。天神賞なんて知らない。おばあちゃん、大変。お母さん、お母さん、大変。どうしたの？家の前で知らないおばあちゃんが倒れてるの。救急車呼んで。わかったわ。
At least the old woman's still there. EMT's brought a
お二
stretcher.
人はこの方の関係者ですか？
No, but she fucking knows us.
いいえ、家の前で倒れていたので救急車を呼んだんです。身元は分からなくて。
そうですか。では付き添いで乗車はされませんか？
I need to get to school. Why does nobody fucking understand this? The idea of making this old woman go to the hospital by herself just seemed like it would have been a shameful thing to do. Sure, she was a stranger, but we'd had a lengthy conversation mere minutes before, so I couldn't very well say we had nothing to do with one another.
ゆい、あんたは学校行っといで。え、でもこの方にはお母さんがついていくわ。あんたは今日面接の練習があるんでしょ？うん、そうだね。それじゃあお母さん、お願い。ええ。
And here's me thinking this was going to be a short chapter. Or a shorter chapter. I haven't even made any decisions yet in this run. It'd be right about this point that I'd be like, Mother, would you punch this bitch?
ってことがあってね。かわいい。何よそれ。ゆい、今日は家でおとなしくしておけばよかったんじゃない？
Why's that?
だって今日は面接の最後の練習があるからどうしても来たかったし。何か起きないといいけど。やだ、やめてよ。何も起きないって。
思い出した。
え？
天神症って言葉がちょっと引っかかってたんだけどさ、七不思議に出てくるんだよね、天神症。
Kana's heard of Heavenly Host. That's concerning.
七不思議って
The seven
うちの
wonders
学
of
校
the
に伝わる
world?
如月学園七不思議のこと？
Oh. Okay, maybe not.
そうそう。
天神症って何？
放課後のよしえさんって言うんだけど、聞いたことない？
Well, looks like I'm going to be staying here a little longer. I was going to be breaking up soon, but, well, plans have changed. So you've got me for a little bit longer.
知らない。 私も知らないよ。どんな話なの？
如月学園が建てられる前にこの場所にあった天神小学校での話なんだけどさ。その天神小学校で放課後校舎の見回りをしていた女の先生が誤って階段から落ちて死んだんだって。その日は10月のちょうど今日みたいに雨が降る放課後で、時刻はそう夜の7時を過ぎたあたり。こういう日はヨシエさんが出るんだって。
ヨシ、oh no。
天神小学校がなくなってしまったことに気づいていないヨシエさんは如月学園の廊下を見回って歩いているんだよ。
You know what? I know I've basically not bloody done it. I don't need any of these saves anymore, so I'm just going to start overriding them. Even though I am allowed like 64 of them. I just don't want to have to go through all that again.
やだ、それ本当？
まあ実際見たことがある人がいるから七不思議になってるんじゃない？
怖。ゆい、今日はもう帰ったら？そのおばあさんの言ってたことちょっと気になるし、ゆいだけ道が違うから一緒に帰れないじゃない？
だね。お年寄りの忠告は聞いておくもんだよ。
Yes, it's always best to heed the warnings of the elderly, even the disheveled ones.
そうだね。なんかゾワゾワしてきちゃったし、もう帰ろうかな。それじゃあ先に帰るね。バイバイ。バイバイ。気をつけてね。
明日ファイトだよ。
私は慌てて荷物をまとめ教室を飛び出した。時刻は夕方5時になるところ。外は薄暗くなってきているけれど、階段の7時までにはまだまだ余裕があった。だから怖がる必要なんてないと、そう自分に言い聞かせて廊下を進む。それでも下駄箱にたどり着くまでの時間がやけに長く感じられた。あー、ダメだ。やっぱり怖い。
Now, this is a concept that's completely alien to me. A shoe locker in a school. So does that mean that, at least in Japanese culture, this is me showing my ignorance here, but I am trying to learn what the fuck is going on. Do school children in Japan walk around barefoot? Or do they have, like, specific indoor shoes? Like, I know the concept of leaving your shoes at the door when you enter a house, but I don't understand the point of it in a school. Hello, Llama! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How is my favorite dromedary today? That's a camel, you moron. How are you doing? Yeah, just have the damn shout out.
Ah, the unexpected joy of lava baths, nearly as relaxing as a hot spring, but with slightly more peril.
That was really quiet. Like, I turned my volume up and I could still barely hear that. I have no idea what happened there, but yeah, enjoy the shout out regardless. What have you been up to today? And what's the plan for the evening?
Yo, Shishido.
司君。
今帰りか?
Drink water. Become
I literally just had a drink when I did the shout out, but I'll have another one. I mean, I'm not trying to ration the Iron Brew or anything. I am slightly. This is my last can. Thank you for the hydrate, though. There you go.
なんだよ、その満面の笑みは。
なんでもない。ねえ、途中まで一緒に帰ろうよ。
ああ、いいけど。
やった。
Was in the office for work today, then home. Hang on, I need to go. I need to switch to the bigger chat window. This will bugger up the stream slightly, but I need to be able to read it. There we go. Was in the office for work today, then home, food, TV, now catching up with some Star Rail story. Star Rail? I've vaguely heard of that. Very vaguely. How are you enjoying it?
司くんの顔を見たら一瞬だけだけど怖かったのが吹き飛んだ。こういう時、男の子ってすごく頼りになるなって思う。
My bad for never writing short messages. No, it's not your fault. It's because the way I'm having to do this, my chat. I normally have my chat on the bigger of my two screens, but this time, because of the way I'm having to stream this game, I've got the game on the bigger screen, so my OBS chat is on the smaller screen. So I've had to pull up another chat which has a specifically bigger font. So not your fault at all. Yeah, like I've been playing since release, but not caught up after recent update. Well, I would tell you to go catch up, but then I'd be all alone again, and I can't be having that.
そばにいてくれたら
And Sukasa's an asshole.
って無条件に思わせてくれるから。もちろんそれが気になってる人ならなおさら。
Of course it. Yeah, that's why 5 years later you tried to bonk the shit out of a guy in a fever dream that you thought was him. I'm doing both. One screen for Star Rail, one screen for me. I get a whole screen? I actually get an entire screen? I'm in love. Lava loves me.
雨は朝よりも弱まっていた。その中を私たちは傘を差しながら歩く。司くんとはたわいもない話でそこそこ笑ったりもしたけど、でも私はどこかぎこちなかったかもしれない。
Well, to be fair, your exams is literally tomorrow, so I'm not surprised you're preoccupied. You got a whole screen all to yourself. Oh yeah, I'm a special birdie.
得体の知れない恐怖みたいなものがちらついて、いつもみたいに振る舞えている自信はなかった。
シシド？なんかお前顔色悪いぞ。どうかした？おい。
Of course he doesn't know what happened to her this morning.
実は怖いことがあって。
怖いこと？
私の様子があまりにおかしかったのか、司くんは心なしか表情をこわばらせて私を見つめた。真剣に話を聞いてくれようとしているのが分かって、私はちょっと嬉しくなる。今抱えている恐怖をできることなら司くんと共有したかった。だから私は今朝会ったこととカンナから聞いた怪談話を司くんに話した。だけど司くんは。
はあ、七不思議ね。
You've heard of them?
七不思議を信じるなんて夢があっていいな。
Never mind.
ん？
I'm just waiting for him to turn around and say, "It's all bollocks."
司くんは怖くないの？
怖いっていうか妙だとは思うけどな。でも その謎のおばあちゃんと七不思議なんて単なる偶然だろう。気にしすぎだって。
でも
This is Corpse Party. When have you ever known anything to be coincidence?
あんま深く考えない方がいいんじゃね？
Providence, maybe, but not coincidence.
そのばあちゃんは確かに気味悪いけどさ、ちょっと変わった人だっただけだろ。
She's probably just a little off. Yeah, little off. That's why she knew her name and where we lived.
そういうんじゃなくて。
え？
解決方法を教えてほしかったわけじゃないよ。私は話を聞いてほしかっただけなの。
話なら聞いたじゃんか。
だからそうじゃなくて。
はあ、わかんねえよ。なんか怒ってんのか？
What was your first clue?
男の子ってこういう考え方をする。
Guys always do this. Well, for fuck's sake, Yui, forgive mankind for wanting to be useful, to be helpful, to be kind, considerate, passionate. How fucking dare we?
人によるのかもしれないけど、でも女子とは違ってすぐにこうすればいいじゃんって解決法を提示しちゃうのだ。結果女子は言いたいことが言えなくて消化不良になってしまう。私は司くんと恐怖を共有したかっただけ。司くんが一緒に怖がってくれればそれでよかったのに。この時の私は気にするなって言葉が司くんの気遣いだとわからなかった。めんどくさいのかなってむくれてしまったのだ。朝に見たおばあさんの顔が、目が、しわがれた声が何度も頭の中でフラッシュバックする。それが怪談話で増幅されてじわじわと私の気持ちを暗くした。あんなに怖い思いをしたんだからっていう甘えや。
I was just checking. I didn't mean to skip the audio, but
私と
oh well.
司くんはこの時初めて気まずい雰囲気になった。それじゃ私こっちだから。
ああ。獅子堂。なんかあったら連絡しろよ。
ただいま。
I'm saying nothing. We were all kids once.
ゆい、おかえり。
うん。
Okay. how to get your mom to tell you shit? Furrow your brow.
今朝のおばあさんね。
Uh-huh. What about her?
さっき亡くなったって病院から連絡があったわ。
She did.
嘘。
残念なことだけど、あなたは明日の推薦入試のことだけ考えていなさい。それじゃあのおばあさんの話はこれで終わり。さあご飯にするから着替えておいで。
わかった。それじゃあ私部屋にいるから。
ええ。
お母さんがキッチンへと引っ込んでいくのを見届けて、私はもぞもぞと靴を脱いだ。気持ちは一層重くなっている。
From 0% to 0%. Yeah. Very dark.
司君にあんな態度をとっ
Oh,
て
crap.
しまっただけでも嫌な気分だったのに、あのおばあちゃんが亡くなってしまっただなんて。
Oh, excuse me, I just sneezed like hell. Sorry if any of that came across. Oh. So, returning to my room, I couldn't muster the energy to do anything but collapse into my chair and sprawl out on the desk. I heard nothing. Oh, good, good. Whew. The last thing the old woman had said to me echoed again and again in my mind. I wouldn't exactly say famous last words, but certainly poignant. I began wishing I'd taken her more seriously. Yeah, and to think, if you hadn't gone to school, you would... If she might still be alive, you wouldn't have put her through so much stress. You wouldn't have got pissed off at Sukano. It's all your fault. I should have accepted the paper doll and thanked her. Yes, you bloody well should have. But you didn't. I should have reassured her I wouldn't go to Heavenly Host Elementary. But you didn't. I mean, the place didn't even exist anymore, for goodness sakes. And yet you didn't offer any reassurance whatsoever, you heartless bitch. I was exhausted, and so you should be. It was a hell of a day, and I no longer even had the energy to move. I needed to change out of my school clothes, but... Still sprawled out over the desk, my eyelids drooped and closed. I was out. Have you just got pandas everywhere? Like, seriously? Panda on the desk? Panda in her pajamas, at least 5 years from now? I'm sure if I look hard enough, there's probably a secret panda in here somewhere. I awoke with a start. The air in my room had gotten notably cooler, and I was shivering. Want to bring some of the cold my way? I could use the cooling down.
寝ちゃった。
6:45, okay.
もうこんな時間。
It was black outside my window, streaked with lines from the still pouring rain.
明日は晴れるといいんだけど。
I wouldn't worry about tomorrow. We still gotta get through tonight, at this rate. Sunny for my exam. The weight of what the next day held for me came rushing into my mind. I remember exams. Fun fact, I still have my exam papers. At least the ones from secondary school. Like the actual papers that I sat. And bear in mind, I did my exams in 2006 to 2008. And it's now 2024, and I still have them. Oh yeah, pretty much every subject I sat. I have, not the actual ones I put the paper, not the actual ones I put my answers in, obviously, but like blank copies. How do you have them? There were spare, excuse me, there were spares. So I just asked for one. Besides, what they over here, I don't know how it is in your neck of the woods, but up in Scotland anyway, the SQA publish, the SQA being the exam board up here, they publish the papers, they're like past papers, for previous X amount of years. So, yeah, so anybody could do them. It's like for revision purposes, for practice exams, that kind of thing. So I figured, you know what, I'm going to save some fucking money and I'm just going to ask for the papers. And then it just became a habit at that point. So if I wanted to, like further on down the line, if I wanted to have a look at, for example, my maths paper, or papers I should say, because there were two of them, I could go back, I could take a look, I was like, right, how much of this shit do I remember nearly 20 years on? God, I feel old just saying that. Yeah. And the scarier part is, some of the past papers that I did tests on were from years older than me. Like, the oldest paper that I sat that was still somewhat relevant to the exams at the time was dated 1987, I think it was. I hadn't been born by 1987. Yeah. Fun fact, though, my sister is younger than me. She's 8 years younger than me. And when it was time for her to do her exams, by that point the exam board had changed. So, like, I did what was known as standard grades, but she was doing, I think it became National 5 or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember it exactly. But even though they changed the name, they changed the format, the questions were still very much relevant. So it was time for her to do her exams, and it was like she needed examples to do. So I still had all my past paper books, so I gave them to her. I was like, here, take these, I don't need them anymore, practice all you want. I kept the ones that I physically did, but all the other ones, I just gave to her. Hell, I even found specimen papers which never actually were sat by any one person. So yeah, just GCSEs, A, AS, and A star and A levels for me. Llama is old. No, not Butma. Butma. Anyway, that's a little bit behind the scenes of Birdie. That got auto-modded, really? Add permitted term, your butt mouth. Oh, that's a brilliant one. Oh shit, I forgot the larger chat. There we go. Oh, that made me giggle. Anyway, now you've learned a little bit behind the scenes of this Birdie, and how absolutely positively fucking ancient he is.
そうだ。明日の用意しておかなくっちゃ。
And one of the worst thing as well, just ironically, I struggled my way through college afterwards. My sister, she was doing really well in school. She went to college and university as well and all the rest of it. Would you like to know what she did afterwards? She works for the student loan company. How's that for a fucking irony?
「残しておくものは学生証でしょ。それからハンカチとティッシュ。
Oh, really? I wonder if she could make her loan disappear. Technically, yes, but for the way she tells it to me, everything's logged. And besides, she's actually in a managerial role now, so it wouldn't look good for her. Though she did tell me that if you haven't paid off your loan after 25 years, it's written off. So I'm getting close to that point. Let's just say that.
受験票も忘れずに入れて、それからペンケース。
Yep, pen case.
嘘。ペンケースがない。学校に忘れてきちゃった。
You dumb arse!
さーっと血の気が引いた。別に筆記用具で困ったわけじゃない。家にはいくらでも代わりがある。だけどあの中には司くんから借りた受験必勝鉛筆が入っているのだ。取ってこなくちゃ。お母さん、私ちょっと学校に忘れ物取りに行ってくる。
It's okay, Raven. You were a young birdie. Llama is older. Unless your year of birth is 1980 something, or older, or earlier, I doubt that.
え？もうすぐご飯できるわよ。
すぐ戻るから。
そう。雨も降っているし、気をつけていくのよ。
あの鉛筆は絶対に明日試験会場へ持っていかなければならないものの一つだった。だから私は迷うことなく学校に戻る道を選んだ。
I swear they ripped that door opening sound straight from Silent Hill. I swear to God.
降りしきる雨の中、足元に気を配りながら全速力で走る。走っている間、ちらりと頭をよぎるのは起きた時の時間だった。6時45分。七不思議で語られていた時間は夜の7時。
I also have to ask, if the school day, let's say hypothetically speaking, the school day ends at, I'll go by my own experiences, my own school as the yardstick here. So my school finished, my secondary school finished at 3:35. It was 3:45, but 10 minutes. The day got shortened by 10 minutes because of me, actually. But that's a story for another day. But 3:30. The school day finishes at 3:35. Some of my teachers had like after-school clubs, especially in the run-up to exam season again. So fine, fair enough. 3:35. So yeah. So let's say after-school club ran to about on a really long day. Let's say it ran to about 5 o'clock. Who in the right mind would still be in the building by 7? The building wouldn't even be open at 7. Although in my case that was partly because the groundskeeper actually lived between the two buildings of my academy. Like literally between them.
校門前に着いて真っ先に時間を確認した。校舎についている大時計が指し示す時間は6時55分。
That's also another reason why I don't understand why the Japanese take off their shoes, because if they tried to do that for school here, nobody would have ever got to fucking class. Well, it wasn't really a groundskeeper per se, it was just like a janitor sort of thing. Someone who, I forget the technical term, but somebody that actually, they're like the caretaker of the building. You'd have your shoes nicked, yeah, exactly. And more than that, if it's pissing it down, you'd get soaked regardless. There were a lot of times where I would have a class in the bottom building, and then next period, my class is in the top building, so I would have to go out, walk uphill to get to the top building, and if it's pissing it down, you're going to get soaked by the time you get there. And you have to do whatever class it is in the pissing rain. Or not in the rain, but you'd have to be like drying off from the rain. And then for good measure, I very rarely had 2 classes in the top building. So I'd have a class in the top building, and then I'd have a break, but during that break, I'd have to make my way back down to the bottom building. It was a clusterfuck. Ugh. No wonder the new campus is just one large building.
放課後のヨシエさんの怪談話が再び頭をよぎる。
But again, who would have the school open at this time of night?
10月、雨が降る放課後、夜7時。
The only time that I was ever in school at 7 o'clock at night or later is when there was a school disco on or something. Like a Halloween disco, a Valentine's Day disco, that kind of thing. That was about the only time I was ever there that late. Oh, well, I lie. There was one time I was in a film club, and the movie they were showing was 15 plus. What were they showing? It wasn't The Sixth Sense, but it was some horror-esque movie. Tame by today's standards, but scary at the time.
やだな、もう階段なんてあんなの作り話だって。
Strangely enough, the school grounds is one of the places we've stuck into to drink and hang out. Strangely enough, where my school is, or where my school used to be, I should say, you could drink anywhere on the campus at this point. Technically not supposed to, but yeah. Because I was at secondary school for 6 years. 5 of those 6 years was at my old campus. And in my 6th year, I was the very first 6th year at my brand new campus, which opened in like 2007. So my old school has been abandoned since 2007. And in fact, only recently, like within the last year or so, have they started knocking parts of it down. Like, the upper building doesn't exist anymore. The games hall for PE doesn't exist anymore. The only part of it that exists anymore is the bottom building. Which is weird, because the bottom building is the newer of the two, and yet it is the listed building, not the old one that was up top. And the only reason it was 2 buildings is because it was initially 1 building, but half of it caught fire and had to be demolished. That was back in my mother's day at that school. Anyway, I feel like I'm waxing nostalgic way too much now.
込み上げてくる恐怖を抑えつけるために声を出して自分を叱咤する。見上げた校舎に人影はない。こんな時間なら生徒はもう帰宅しているだろうし、先生だってどれくらい残っているのか。
Which leads me back to my initial question of why are you here? Why is the building open?
けれど、廊下の電気はまだすべてついていた。あれだけ明るければ、そこまで怖い思いをしなくても教室まで行けるだろう。よし、パッと行って、パッと済ましちゃおう。
Changed into my indoor shoes. God damn it, Yui. I hope to fuck there were slip-ons, that's all I'm gonna say.
やっぱり生徒は誰も残ってないみたい。
So, in quite a literal sense, Yui, what you're saying is the lights are on but nobody's home. Yui Shishido and the Deathly Hallows. Or at least the Deathly Silent Corridor. Ordinarily, the din of the other students would drown out noises like this, but every little sound was coming through crystal clear at this late hour.
急がなくちゃ。もうすぐ7時だ。
I'm gonna take another save here because I do not want to have to go through all of this again. And I'm still waiting to get to the point where there's actual gameplay. I've been streaming for What are we at now? Nearly 3 hours. I haven't actually made a decision yet. It's all just been story.
今朝のおばあさんね。さっき亡くなったみたい。
その天神小学校で放課後校舎の見回りをしていた女の先生が誤って階段から落ちて死んだんだって。その日は10月のちょうど今日みたいに雨が降る放課後で、時刻はそう夜の7時を過ぎたあたり。
Oh, here we go.
こういう日はよしえさんが出るんだって。
You know, I can't help but wonder if Kana hadn't said all this, would she be anywhere near as scared?
天神小学校がなくなってしまったことに気づいていないよしえさんは、如月学園の廊下を見回って歩いているんだよ。
もう何考えてるのよ私。七不思議なんて司くんも言ってたじゃない。深く考えない方がいいって。
And you got pissed off at him when he said that. Hmm.
とにかくパッと教室に行ってペンケース取ってこなくちゃ。
To be fair, that's kind of how the lightning was here over the weekend. Weekend gone, that is. Just out of the blue.
あのペンケースに入ってる鉛筆は明日の試験にどうしても必要なの。
Oh yeah, let's remember that, folks. She's going through all of this, absolutely all of it, for a pencil. Let that sink in.
だってあれは司くんがくれたお守りなんだもの。
Actually, I'm curious. Oh, it's not in a random list anymore. I was, oh, that would have been cheap.
Judou部の方はもう真っ暗だな。やっぱり誰もいないのね。
That sounded less scary and more constipated. Old woman, I know you're dead, but are you getting enough bran in your diet? Fiber, that's the word I was looking for.
それにしても今日はいつもよりこの廊下が長い感じがする。ただでさえこの廊下で遅刻しそうになるくらいなのに。
Ah, poor woman's not getting enough Weetabix. I continue my brisk walk down the impossibly long hallway toward my goal, jumping every now and again whenever another thunderclap sounded. You okay in there? Don't push too hard now. Yeah, that's a point. You don't want to strain yourself. Kisaragi Academy was comprised of both a middle school and a high school, and this evening, it really felt like it was flaunting its massive size. Too much junk in the trunk, that's what it is. Didn't help that my classroom was in the high school wing, which happened to be past the middle school, making it seem that much further away. That just seems like bad building design. I hate to tell you that.
いつもは賑やかな場所がこんなにも静まり返っていると余計に物寂しい気がするな。雨の音がやけに大きく聞こえるよ。
I was focusing on the scant few sounds around me as I paced down that long, lonely corridor. Then, all of a sudden... I heard a faint noise, as of someone playing an organ.
今の空耳だよね。そうに決まってるよ。 こんな時間に音楽室で楽器を鳴らす人なんているわけないし。
It would make more sense if you said that there was actually a music room en route. It was probably the sounds of the rain, wind, and thunder mixing together. It just sounded like an organ, that's all. How fucking naive are you? I was convinced. It very apparently is the answer. But then... yeah, have you ever heard rain like this? I can just imagine the weather reports. Oh, and today it's going to be showery with a spot of 1812 Overture. I don't know, I can't think of very much organ music. I was paralyzed with fear. At first I was afraid, I was petrified. My heart was pounding as if it were struggling to break free of someone's sinister grip.
きっとまだ吹奏楽部の子とか先生が残って弾いてるんだよね。そうだ、そうに決まってるよ。
Sure it is. I vaguely recall someone mentioning an upcoming performance by the Wind Instrument Club. I guess an organ would qualify. Would it? Well, you can't call it string, obviously. Well, okay, I suppose the flues. But who is an organ in a school? I don't know anymore.
何でもかんでも怖い話に直結させちゃいけないな。
You also can't get that damn pencil case faster if you tried. Or slower if you tried. Fast enough is what I wanted to say. God, I'm fucking derpy today.
怖いと思ったら何でも怖く思えるものだよね。
Anything can be scary if you think it is. Ooh, ah, oh my god! It's an ethereal packet of chips? What the fuck? Or crisps, sorry? Oh my god, it's fucking song vinegar! Oh, wait, no, it's steak. It's steak. Breathe easy, man. Breathe easy, birdie. It's just steak. It's just steak. I'd heard that if you let your imagination run too wild, fear can even make you see things that aren't there. If I have a nightmare tonight about being attacked by a packet of salt and vinegar crisps or something, how the hell am I going to explain that one to my dream coach? How the hell am I going to explain that one to Melissa? And my imagination was most definitely running wild. You don't
あと
say.
ちょっとで教室だから走っていこう。
No running in the halls! Okay, finally reaching that familiar door, I swiftly opened it, flicked on the lights.
やっとたどり着いたと。あとはペンケースを忘れないようにしなくちゃ。
See if it turns out to be in the house the entire time. Thanks to all my unexpected pauses to freak out over thunder and lightning, it took me far longer than it should have to get here. It was already well past 7.
7時か。
and it was the appointed time when the ghost of a teacher was supposed to appear, at least according to the school legend.
何もないじゃない。
No undead educators here. Not even a dead wife. Shout out to anyone who gets that reference. Let out a sigh of relief and relaxed my shoulders a bit. The lights were on both inside the classroom and out in the hallway. And yet still nobody was home. Sure, it was still dead silent, but the fear I'd been feeling had completely melted away. See, I would, at this point, I don't know when this is set, but, I mean, we know it's set in the 2000s because people have got cell phones. So if people have got cell phones, they've got, at the very least, they've got MP3 players. I mean, if not music on the phone itself, I'd be playing music at this point, whether it be an MP3 player or from the phone itself or whatever. Hell, I would even take my old Walkman if I had to, or my Discman, sorry, and play music from that if I had to. Yes, I am someone that is old enough to have had a Discman. I love that fucking thing as well.
全然怖くないよ。やっぱり七不思議だなんて嘘だったんだな。
I grabbed the pen case I'd come back for and shoved it into my pocket. Well, at least it's fucking here.
よし、これで任務完了だね。
There we go, mission accomplished. Can we go home now? With my long ordeal behind me, more or less, I looked around the classroom and let out another, "Stop looking around, just go!" I'd only ever known this classroom when it was bustling with activity, and thus found its eerie silence and utter stillness to be oddly fascinating.
教室に私一人って、なんだか不思議な感じがするな。
In a weird kind of way, I know the feeling of being in a classroom entirely my own, in a school that's dark and mostly empty. So you remembered I said earlier that I did 5 of my 6 years of secondary school at an old campus, and in my 6th year, I did it at a brand new campus. I do mean brand new, it had just been built. One thing, as a senior at that school, one of the first ever 6th years at that school, and there was only about 6 of us left by that point, is we were responsible for actually showing people round the building, round the school, to say, right, here's the classes for this particular subject. Here's the maths classes, the science classes, the music classes, etc. And I had to do that for 4 hours straight, on top of a full school day. So, yeah. Showing people around, walking into a classroom that late at night. It was even raining, ironically, as well. Showing people around an otherwise dark school. And bear in mind, most of the lights in this place, because it was a modern build, it wasn't light switches, it was all light sensors. I think there were a couple of manual switches, but for the most part it was all sensors. So, yeah, you're literally walking into darkness in some places. And on top of that, there were also each type of class had like a staff room of sorts. So like there was, for maths, there was a room specifically for the teachers of the maths department, and there was another, and again for music, for IT, for everything. And because I was a senior and I was actually doing 2 separate science subjects at that point, I was actually allowed access to that that staff room so that I could get away from people. There was a PC in there that I could use if, like, for example, the library was all used up, and things of that nature. The thing about it is, I don't know how it is for the other staff rooms, but the one for science had no windows, not even on the door. So if you were in there and that light went out, boy, did you notice it. I got the idea in my head to try doing something I normally wouldn't be able to, like standing at the teacher's podium and writing on the blackboard. Gee, ain't you rebellious.
こんなシチュエーションめったにないし。
To me, the area behind that podium from which teachers conduct their lessons was like a sacred space. And instead of a conductor's wand, you've got a piece of chalk. In fact, nowadays it wouldn't even be chalk. It would be like a whiteboard pen or a sensor for an interactive touch screen or something. They were only just starting to bring those in when I left school. I dreamed of standing there myself one day and could hardly resist its pull when presented with a rare opportunity like this.
今なら誰も見てないし。
To my classmates, this would seem like such a silly, stupid dilemma. To me it would as well. But that didn't change the way I felt at that moment, because you're an idiot.
どうしようかな。
Should I stand at the teacher's podium or... Wait, this is actually a choice? Jesus Christ, I'm 3 hours into this stream and I'm finally getting choices. You know what? I haven't done anything since that particular save, so I may as well save it. Time to step up and teach. Well, you know what, Llama? I didn't know what I was going to do here, so you know what? Fuck it. Time to teach.
よし、少しだけ先生の気分を味わっちゃえ。
So I decided I had to try it. During daily cleanup and such, I'd come and gone from this spot countless times. But this was the first time I'd ever had an opportunity to just stand here and preside over the classroom. Congratulations, Yui Shishiro. You have a class of 0. Have at it.
そうか。先生からはこんな風に見えるんだ。教室って。なんかちょっとドキドキする。
Gaining a teacher's point of view, in the most literal sense, was starting to get me really fired up. Just for the record, I've never been in a class quite like this. Never. All the classes that I had ever been in, just like... It was like rows or groups of desks. It was never like an individual desk to an individual person. Hell, there usually wasn't even a teacher's desk that was always front and center. Partly because the desk would get in the way of the board, depending on where you were sitting. So the teachers' desks were usually just in the corner. Hell, even in the new campus, the desks were kind of more towards the corner, but they were hooked up to projectors on the that would project to the wall that was more front and center, and then you could use like kind of like a rudimentary virtual reality to control the computer from the projector, or vice versa. You could, the teacher could just sit at their desk, and if they wanted to show something on the screen, they could illustrate it and show it to all of us like that. Can you tell that I'm very much a product of the 21st century? It may seem silly now, but this was my stage. This was where all my dreams would play out.
私もいつか。
Someday. Well, you're not there yet, my dear. I began to imagine the future that awaited me. Given the events of the first game, don't imagine too hard. Painstakingly detailing some new piece of knowledge for students sitting attentively at their desks. Gliding chalk across the board, filling it with information to aid them in their studies. How very 1990s of you.
いつか先生になれるといいな。
There's the music again. I was getting so excited that even I began to think my behaviour was a little strange. You think? Maybe it was the juxtaposition of these joyous, freeing visions and the prickling dread I'd been feeling up until just a minute or two before. But then, in the blink of an eye, one of these two conflicting emotions completely overpowered the other. Well, it was never going to be the other way around, was it? And suddenly, my surroundings were bathed in darkness. Also, for those of you that was on the ad break, welcome back. I did try to extend them as much as I could. That's why I did 2 ad breaks on my Be Right Back when I had to do stuff, which pushed the timer up as far as I could get it. But yeah, we're back to normal service with the ad breaks at this point. If the ad breaks piss you off, well, consider throwing a sub my way or investing in Twitch Nitro. So, suddenly my surroundings were bathed in darkness. Not quite eternal darkness, that's a different game. Going stiff with shock, I stumbled back a step, and my back struck the blackboard with a dull thud. And the music still plays. I instinctively grabbed hold of the rail where the eraser sat. I felt chalk dust against my fingertips. My panicked heartbeat was making it difficult to breathe. Was this caused by the thunderstorm? If so, it sure picked a fine time to turn the lights out on me.
しかもオルガンの音まだ響いてる。嘘なんで？停電になってるならオルガンだって鳴らないはずなのに。
What, you don't have backup generators? I fucking told you not to go, now you're going to die! Was this what the old woman was trying to warn me about? That's impossible! She was no fortune teller or psychic, as far as I was aware. How could she possibly have known this would happen? Hell, even if she were a fortune teller or a psychic, predicting the future is the stuff of science fiction. You've never heard of premonitions? I shook my head.
落ち着くのよ、私。音楽室の方はまだ停電になってないとか、きっとそんな理由だよ。
They're on the same wing. I curled my chalk-dusted fingers into a fist and silently tried to talk some sense into myself.
ともかく、早く校舎を出よう。
That's the first sensible thing you've said all evening. I shouldn't have been playing teacher. Oh, well, I've kind of got Llama to thank for that one. I'm joking. To be fair, I probably would have picked that as well. Cursing myself a little, I fumbled my way through the darkened classroom. Not very well, apparently. I'd spent so much time in here, you'd think I'd be able to find my way out of it with my eyes closed, as it were. Well, they've kind of been closed, just not by your volition. But sadly, that wasn't the case. It's also because you're a klutz. Smashing loudly into a desk, I knocked it on its side and began tumbling after it, instinctively grabbing at other desks around me for support. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, it's fine. Nobody's gonna know it's you. Still fumbling around blindly, I gathered up all the scattered notes, textbooks, and writing utensils. Yeah, they're probably still going to notice when they open their desk the next day and be like, alright, who fucked up my shit?
でも暗くて何がなんだかもう何やってるのよ、急いでるのに本当にドジなんだから。
I swear I just said that. Oh, here we go in. You're a klutz, and I'm sneezing like crazy. God damn it. I let out a sigh. I seem to be doing that a lot lately. Yeah? Yeah?
これは教科書とノートでしょ?
I was trying to take inventory of all the things I'd knocked out of the desk, then realized why. I might as well just stand it up and stuff it all back in. Yeah?
さすがに全部を間違いなく元に戻すのは無理だな。明日ここの席の子に謝らなくちゃ。
Thank you! Not that that was a particularly pleasant prospect. I mean, is it any better than standing around in a darkened classroom for longer than is necessary, especially with a storm outside and random creepy organ music playing? Explaining what I'd done wouldn't be easy, or possible, and no matter how I sugarcoated it, it would serve as a clear indication of my clumsiness. Right, like you said, and like I said, you're a klutz. If I didn't say anything, it's not like I'd be found out, but that would be the same as lying as far as I'm concerned, and I couldn't do that. It's not a lie, it's an omission. Very slight legal difference.
これで最後かな?
I placed my hand against the floor and swept it around, feeling for anything I might have missed. You probably have missed something. Oh, excuse me. And I found something, all right. Is it your marbles?
やだ、何これ? なんだかぬるぬるして。
Slimy? I'd clearly brushed my fingers across something, but I had no idea what. It was no notebook or writing implement, though, that's for sure. Somebody been sticking gum under the chairs or something?
机の中からなんでブニュブニュしたものが?
I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't describe gum as slimy unless it's like freshly been put there. And even then, I've always found that gum kind of loses its sliminess quicker than you expect it to. And no, I wasn't the one. I wasn't the type of person who would stick gum under chairs or anything like that before anyone says anything.
なんだろう、これ。
I rubbed my sticky fingertips a bit deeper into the wet spot. Oh, Jesus. That's a sentence that can be taken out of context. Then brought my hand close to my face so I could get a better look at what was there. That doesn't help. That entire paragraph could be taken out of context. I'll just screenshot that. What on earth did I just touch? Well, sure shit wasn't the G-spot. There was a flash of lightning almost immediately joined by a roaring thunderclap. And with it, for a split second, the pitch-black classroom was lit up bright as day. Oh god, okay. This just got interesting. I shot to my feet, utterly mortified. In that split second, I'd gotten a very good look at my fingers, and it really did seem as if they were covered in blood. But it wasn't just my hand. It wasn't just my hand. No, if my peripheral vision were to be trusted, it looked like the entire classroom was stained a deep dark crimson.
そういえば、なんとなく生臭い気がする。
You're gonna die! Without thinking, I backed away from where I'd been crouching. I tried rationalizing what I saw. How could a whole classroom become a bloodbath like this? Did something spill? Did someone stumble in here injured?
ありえない。そんな、何よこれ!
I've also just seen there's something on the desk there. My whole body was quaking. I fled from the classroom. Or rather, I tried to flee. Oh dear. What do you mean you tried to? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait about a second later on that.
開かない！やだ！やだ！鍵なんてかかってなかったのに。今だって鍵はかかってないよ。それなのにどうして？
How do you lock a sliding door anyway? I was absent-mindedly grabbing at my hair with one hand and slamming my fist on a nearby desk with the other. This was a nightmare. Ah, but was it? Silence saturated the inky blackness of the room. I took several deep breaths in an effort to restrain my pounding heart.
とにかく一度落ち着かないと。そもそもドアが開かないのだって私がこんなにパニックになってるせいかもしれないし。
Yeah, that must be it.
さっきの変な塊だってきっと何かの勘違いだよ。だってありえないじゃない。教室にあんなわけのわからないものが落ちてるだなんて。
I was certain that when I saw what it actually was come morning, it ended up being something totally random. Like someone's old soda-stained gym clothes. Soda-stained gym clothes. That's oddly specific. Also, I just cricked my neck. Ah! Oh, ow. Hang on. Oh, give me a second. Oh, I might have kept my neck still a little too long.
きっとそうだよ。そうだ。指についたのだって美術に使う絵の具かもしれないじゃない。
You really are clutching at straws, aren't you? My imagination was just running wild because I was panicking. Yeah?
もしかしたらドアに何かが挟まってて開かないだけかもしれない。
So I decided to check out the hypothesis by feeling my way across the door and determining if anything was jutting out from any of the cracks.
ダメだ。真っ暗で何にも見えない。
Yeah, but if you could see it, that would be no fun. I fumbled around the gaps in the door, but I just couldn't make anything out that would be doing this. And the classroom's rear exit seemed a world away.
他の出口は
No, this was the third floor. I couldn't get out of this classroom without exiting into the hallway. Yeah, so you're not going through the window, at least not willingly.
今すぐ外に出たいのに
Still at a loss, I noticed a sudden flash of light through the hallway window. But the glass was only translucent, so I couldn't be sure of its source.
誰か歩いてくる
Then there came the distinctive clump, clump, clump of footsteps. Oh dear.
そうだきっと用務員さんだ 助かった
No, I don't think you are. All at once, my fear-addled legs regained their strength. This nightmare would soon be over.
すみません
I shouted to the custodian through the window as loudly as I could muster.
すみません閉じ込められてるんです
I had to be sure he heard me. I shouted again. Finally, I could see the light out in the hallway again, and it seemed to be getting closer. However,
なんかこの光おかしい気がする
perturbed, I took a step away from the window.
懐中電灯だったらもっと明るいよねこの光はなんだか
Like the faint, unearthly glow classically attributed to spirits, was what I was thinking. I tried to stop myself from finishing that thought, however, but you didn't. Dullness aside, it also looked like it was wriggling around in a very unnatural, very unflashlight-like way. That is surprisingly hard to say.
それにこの足音
4 clumps, then a 3 or so second interval, then another 4 clumps. They were sounding in a fixed rhythm.
用務員さんじゃない明らかに変な歩き方
Yes, and now they know exactly where you are, because you shouted at them. The fear was back in full force. I had to find somewhere to hide. What if I'd accidentally summoned something inhuman? I mean, whatever that was, I begged it for help! I literally invited it in! Not wrong!
どこか隠れるところそうだ
I need to hide, but where? Supply locker or the teacher's podium? Oh crap, this is a choice? Teacher's podium or supply locker? Well, the problem is, you don't know where the supply locker is, and you're pretty much at the teacher's podium, so that would be my guess. Since the game's starting to give me choices, it's probably better I start making individual saves. We'll go teacher's podium, I think. I hurriedly hid myself beneath the teacher's podium. I grabbed my knees, curled up, and made myself as small as I could.
なんなの一体どうなってるの
Oh crap, not again! These sneezes are gonna be the death of me. Ugh. Literally, if I was in this situation. The footsteps continued to draw nearer and nearer. 4 clumps, 3-second pause. Little by little, the sound grew louder. Every hair on my body was standing on end.
このまま通り過ぎてくださいお願いします
I held my breath, clasped my hands together, and silently prayed. They were close now. Very, very close. Please, Yui, shut the fuck up. Why was this happening? I couldn't make any sense of it. I just wanted it to be over. I prayed to God that it would end. Yeah, can you do it a bit more silently? Was this what the old woman was trying to warn me about? Was this all happening because I ignored her? Because I didn't take the paper doll from her? Because you didn't take the goddamn pencil case when you were here earlier? Was it because I'd heard the ghost story of Yoshi and allowed it to get to me? Or did the strange events of the day have nothing to do with what was happening to me now? Who's to say? I was still holding my breath. I didn't dare let even the tiniest of sounds escape and give away my position. That sounds different. Uh-oh. The consistent rhythm of the footsteps suddenly ended halfway into one of its cycles. And it had ended right in front of this very classroom. Well, that ain't good. I had goosebumps up and down my arms and legs. I stopped praying and clasped my hands over my mouth. I knew I'd scream if I didn't. Could this be Yoshi? Was the school legend real? This is not Yoshi. They're not green for starters. Well, okay, never mind. All I could do was close my eyes, keep my mouth shut, and hope that whoever or whatever this was would just go away. But the footstep sounds didn't start again. If this was indeed Yoshi, then she'd stopped in front of the classroom and was just standing there. I had no concept of time anymore. I stayed in my hiding spot for what was probably only a few minutes, but felt like at least an hour. I decided to carefully peek out from under the podium. I gingerly edged my head out just far enough to get a glimpse of the room, when suddenly... What the fuck? Cause this is Thriller Night. No. The footsteps rang out once more. It sounded like they were headed right for me, and they might have been inside the room. I honestly couldn't tell. Exactly, Llama, exactly. I scrambled back into my hiding spot and covered my mouth with both hands. This was too much for me. My breathing was coarse and erratic, and my face was a mess of tears and snot. Nice image. I was inconsolable. The footsteps just wouldn't stop. What on earth were they doing? It's a fair question. It almost seemed like they were running around in circles, just to scare me. I mouthed these words over and over again, and moved my hands to my ears in a vain attempt to block out this torturous sound. And as if in response, the sound changed. The hell was that sound? It was a loud, dull thud, followed by silence. No more footsteps. I'd heard that sound hundreds of times before. It was the classroom door sliding open. Oh jeez. I peeked out, but the door was still tightly shut. How could that be? If the sound I heard wasn't the door, then what was it? What little safety I'd felt here was pretty much gone. But to be fair, I wasn't absolutely certain the spirit had seen or heard me either. The prospect of stepping out into the open wasn't a desirable one, but I had to decide if it was better to stay where I was, or to make a break for it. Oh jeez, this feels like a choice coming up. Call it a hunch. I love it when I'm right. So do I want to stay hidden, or do I want to make a break for it? Trying to think. I actually don't know what I want to do here. I just saved, so at the end of the worst that's going to happen is I get a wrong end. The bit that worries me is there's fucking 5 wrong ends in this one, plus the actual ending. I'm going to make a break for it. Fuck it. Staying in one place for too long seemed like it would be inviting trouble, so I took a deep breath and reluctantly crawled out as quietly as I could. But almost immediately, I felt something. Oh dear. Something long and thin had struck me in the back of the head. Or perhaps struck isn't the right word. There was a little force behind it, but it wasn't a hard slam. More like someone trying to get my attention. I knew I wouldn't like what I was going to see, but I had to face whatever this was. So I turned around. And there, looming over me, was... a figure was peering down at me from above the podium, with one emaciated wishbone-like finger extended towards my face. I recognized this person instantly, no doubt about it. This was the strange old woman who'd supposedly passed away earlier. Wait, what? I was scared out of my mind. I tumbled the rest of the way out from under the podium and shot to my feet. A ghost. There really was a ghost in this school. My breathing was ragged and my heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. Plowing through all the desks in my way, I ran as fast as I could towards the classroom door. but that was as far as I could go.
どうしたの？
Did I goof? Oh. There, on the other side of the door, tied up against the glass, was the old woman. She was glowing bluish-white, the source of the light from earlier. But how in the world did she get to the door before I did? How did she get out of the room so quickly, and position herself so perfectly to block my exit? I felt like I was starting to hyperventilate, and tried as best as I could to calm my breathing as my eyes darted about the room. I needed to get out of here, now, to get as far away from this place as I possibly could.
前のドアから出られないとなると、外に出るには後ろのドアから出るしか。でもそうすると、廊下は前のドアにいるあの幽霊の後ろを通らないと出口にはつかない。そんなの無理。でも。
Okay. I bit my lip and continued scanning the room.
何かあれに対抗できるようなものがあればいいんだけど。
Okay, I didn't have time to think carefully about it. I just had to grab something and hope for the best. Oh, Jesus. There were two choices, and I had to pick one on impulse before it was too late. Oh, Jesus, really? Broom or a bag of salt? Oh, God, really? And it's a timed option! Bag of salt, fuck it.
科学の実験の時に使った塩の残りだよね。
That's evil! A timed choice! I haven't had that yet. I've had timed options, but never a timed choice. Or timed sections rather than timed options, my bad. I'd heard that salt was used in purification rituals, so it seemed like a natural choice. If you say so.
よし、これを持っていこう。
Okay, so I've got the salt. I placed the salt in my pocket as a sort of protective charm. Ah, that's what was on the desk. Where's the broom? Hang on. Where's the broom in this picture? I sure as shit don't see a broom. When I looked over, the spirit of the old woman was holding out her hand from the other side of the door frame. She really was trying to catch me. I wasn't just being paranoid. She was going to kill me and turn me into a ghost like her. I was convinced. This had to be Yoshi, the teacher from that urban legend.
やだ、そんなの。
Except Yoshi was a doctor, but okay. Bracing myself, I darted towards the door at the back end of the classroom. There wasn't a moment to lose. If I didn't act fast, I probably wouldn't be able to act at all. I threw the door open and just began running at top speed, hoping to escape behind the spirit's back. Unsurprisingly, trying to outrun a ghost proved to be a fruitless endeavour. The spirit saw me and moved at breakneck speed to intercept. I thrust my hand into my pocket and withdrew the bag of salt, then threw the entire thing directly at the old woman's face. I guess I chose right. I mean, to be fair, I would recall if you threw a bag of salt at me as well. Ghost or not. Alright, I'm out of the classroom, but I've not got out of the school yet. I reached the stairwell at the end of the hall and made a bad dash toward ground level. I was determined to get out of this building alive. I feel like I'm not done yet. Finally, still moving at top speed, I reached the window door leading outside. Luckily, the malevolent spirit hadn't caught up to me yet. Oh jeez, yet. It actually seemed like I might be able to escape. I might actually survive this. You actually gotta bother you actually gotta sit down and change your fucking shoes? I grabbed the handle and tried pulling it, but it's sealed. I knew it. Run somewhere else or break the glass. Oh, more timed options! Run. Or maybe I could hide somewhere and throw Yoshi off my trail. Time for bed for me, Raven. Have fun for the rest of the game and stream. Don't let that old lady eat you. I promise nothing at this point, Llama, but have a good rest of your evening. I'll catch you again tomorrow, baby. I had no particular destination in mind. My only thought was anywhere but here. After maybe 30 seconds, I found myself in the second floor hallway. There was an outside corridor connecting the two buildings of the school there. I wish I had that at my old school. And it was the first alternate escape route that came to mind. Naturally, it was walled off from the outside for safety purposes, but the wall wasn't so big that I couldn't scale it in a pinch. I didn't really want to jump from the second floor of the school, but if I had to, I was confident that I'd at least survive the fall with minimal injury. Okay, consider that as a last resort. Okay. I climbed the wall faster than I thought possible and dropped down to the narrow ledge on the other side. It was just wide enough to sit down. My back was to the hallway, but my location should have been completely hidden from anyone inside the school. I looked down at the muddy ground below me. I really couldn't see much though. The outside was completely dark. It was so dark that it felt almost like the whole world had been draped in a black veil. You've no idea how right you are. I opened the pen case in my pocket and pulled out the pencil I received from Tsukasa. Was I really treating this stubby little pencil as a protective charm? Tsukasa said it would guarantee success on my test, not ward off evil spirits. I mean, fair. Still, it was better than nothing. I clutched it tightly in my hands and prayed. I whispered the words so quietly that I might as well have been mouthing them. But that seemed to be all the opening that damn spirit needed. No way she found us. I sensed a presence on the ledge with me, and was so startled that I almost fell from my perch. However, I could only sense her there. I didn't actually see her, and thought for one brief moment that maybe I was letting my imagination run wild. But then I felt the horrible sensation of something coiling itself around my arm. Ah! Sorry, I was not ready for that! Fuck me! You're the one that told me to go home! Before I knew it, a tall, shadowy figure had half emerged from the wall behind me, and she had me in her grasp. There wasn't much more to her than an indistinct, flickering silhouette, but I could clearly see she had a broken neck. Was this a different apparition? No, that's Yoshi. Her scraggly root-like fingers were squeezing my arm with tremendous force, pushing aside muscle and tissue and pressing right on the bone. I was shaking hysterically and tears were streaming down my face. I was absolutely convinced that I was going to die here. I'm not Sachi. I could offer no resistance. She was too strong. All I could do was plead with her. I felt like my arm would snap in two at any moment. She wasn't just grabbing, but twisting as well. The pain was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. I couldn't think about anything else. Stopping it had become my first and only priority. I struggled violently against the spirit's grip, ultimately breaking free by throwing my body off the wall toward the unseen earth below. In the face of death, everything really does seem to slow down. Except a 10-second fucking countdown. I'd read somewhere that this is because the brain is sending out all kinds of distress signals or something. Yeah. Slow motion or not, though, I was fully aware of my surroundings. I was cascading through the air, just outside my school building. Also, apparently an ad break started, and I got absolutely zero warning for it. Sorry. Reach out hands or prey upon the pencil. Well, preying upon the pencil sounds like a bad idea, because I guarantee it's going to go through my jaw. I was pretty sure this fall would kill me. With a controlled jump, I might have been able to survive, but I was tumbling like a rag doll. I was a goner. I couldn't even remember what you were supposed to do in a situation like this. What, in a situation where you're being harassed by one, possibly two apparitions? Try to flip over, brace for impact, roll! In one last-ditch attempt at survival, I stretched out both my arms. Maybe somebody would be waiting there to grab them. Maybe somebody would save me. And somebody actually did. I honestly wasn't expecting that. I really thought there was no hope. But then, at the last second, I was yanked to safety.
シシド
Tsukasa!
司君。
大丈夫かつかめ俺の腕
I held onto his arms with all my might, and against seemingly impossible odds, I was pulled in. My life was saved. This was like a scene out of some anime. Well, this is Japan, to be fair. It shouldn't have happened. It was too convenient. But I wasn't about to complain.
よく頑張ったな
Question. Why are you here?
どうして司君。
今はシノゴの言ってる場合じゃない逃げるぞ
Oh shit, he's in trouble as well. Tsukasa was still holding on to me tightly after coming to my rescue. He took off down the hall, back into the heart of the school, with me in tow.
チキショーなんだよさっきのは俺は夢でも見てるのか
Oh dear, he's seen it too. He practically spit these words as he continued running.
どうしてここに司君が。
Yeah, that. Why is he here? I tried to match his gait, and once we were a bit more in sync, I looked up at his face. He was fast. After we'd reached the end of the hall, he suddenly veered into the last classroom before the stairwell, pulling me in with him. Oh great, we're back in class.
シシドお前怪我はないか
大丈夫。私はもう一人で歩けるから。
ああ悪い
I moved away from Tsukasa and almost immediately spilled onto the ground, like a house of cards. Yeah, fair.
おい大丈夫じゃないじゃん
Well, okay is a relative term.
そうだけど、でもすぐに。あ。
無理すんなよ
Very relative. Tsukasa grabbed my arm to help me up. Unfortunately, it was the arm Yoshi had been twisting.
と悪いやっぱり腕怪我してるのか
よくわかんない。でもすっごく痛いよ。焼けるみたい。
I draped my other hand over the sore spot, where I assumed there was probably one hell of a bruise. I started rubbing gently, but it didn't help at all.
そうかじゃあ保健室ですぐに手当てした方がいいな
After our experiences of the last game, nah.
でも、そしたらまた。
あいつが来るって。
Just thinking about going back out there and facing Yoshi made me shudder. I couldn't believe he was even entertaining the idea.
心配すんな。もし仮にあいつが来ても、俺が絶対お前を守ってやるから。な。
司君。
Tsukasa's gentle reassurance actually made me forget the pain in my arm for a moment. I had to stop myself from blushing, or try to at least.
怪我は一刻も早く手当てした方がいいって。まあどうせ先生なんかいないだろうけど、応急手当てくらいなら俺にだってできる。
Oh, thank fuck you, no first aid.
よし、行くぞ。
I could be, although saying that, I could be wrong in saying this. But isn't first aid actually taught as a class in Japanese schools at some points? I could be wrong in saying that. At the very least, it's something I wish I'd learned in school. Another thing I'd like to have learned during school is how to deal with fucking taxes, how to be an adult. Where are those classes? So Tsukasa offered me his hand and I graciously took it, squeezing it tightly as he led me back out into the hallway. Despite the fact that nothing had really changed, I was still in just as much danger as I had been. The paralyzing fear that I'd been feeling was gone. If it were just me, I would have never been able to do this. I would have frozen up. But with Tsukasa leading the way, I felt like I could do anything.
シシド、少し走るけど大丈夫か?
And with my blessing, Tsukasa upped his pace significantly.
もうあいつが出てきませんように。
I prayed silently for smooth sailing as I followed Tsukasa's lead. Why does anything go smoothly in this game?
このまま司くんと一緒にいられれば安心。
I gently squeezed his hand again as if to reassure myself that he was still with me. I was starting to think maybe Yoshi was gone. Maybe we'd thwarted her. But, of course, just as I was thinking that, she made her presence known again. This is why you don't pick this shit. An unearthly voice reverberated through the dark corridor. I immediately drew myself into Tsukasa's back.
もっと連れてこい。
Bring me more. That is fucking terrifying! Oh, no. I hit the wrong button. I didn't mean to skip it. Shit. Oh my god. It's the fact she's blurred as well. That is... Fucking hell. Never mind Yui, my hairs are standing on end. It must have been waiting here to ambush us.
大丈夫、落ち着け。
The ghost was moaning and wavering before us. We'd never be able to get past it.
私のために何でもしてくれる。
おい、シシド。俺があいつを引きつけるから、その隙に走って逃げろ。
やだよ、一緒に逃げて。
俺には秘密兵器があるのさ。
You're not about to whip your dick out, are you?
俺のばあさんからもらった形見のお守り。さっきあいつにこれを向けたら少し割りやがった。
形見のお守り？
あ
あ。でも、司くんやっぱり危険。
俺？まあ、なんとかなるだろう。
そんな。
待ちなさい。
We really didn't have time to be arguing. It was closing in fast. And as it did, I noticed the spirit's figure had become more defined. She was a tall young woman with her head turned sideways at an 80-degree angle. The tale of Yoshi suggests she fell down a flight of stairs, so a broken neck would certainly fit.
早く走れ!
He gave my back a shove to get me started, and with no time to object, I unconsciously obliged. Tsukasa ran too, darting ahead of me for a few short moments.
おい、化け物! こっちだ!
待ちなさい!
司
Tsukasa ran as close as he possibly could to get Yoshi's attention, then turned tail and began sprinting off in the opposite direction. Amazingly, it worked. The spirit began chasing Tsukasa, leaving me completely unobstructed.
どうしよう。私このまま一人逃げてもいいの？
Okay, it was not a choice. I was torn. On the one hand, I knew this was my best chance, but I couldn't help worrying about what would happen to Tsukasa if his charm failed. I stopped for a moment and glanced over my shoulder. He was still running, and the shadowy figure was still in hot pursuit.
いいから行けって。お前が逃げ切ったのを確認したら俺も逃げるからさ。
I still can't believe I fell for it. But this was right about when I realized the truth. Tsukasa had no protective charm. He'd just made that up so I wouldn't object too strongly to him serving as decoy while I got away.
やっぱりダメ。
I stopped in my tracks and shouted out at the top of my lungs.
待ちなさい。ヨシエ先生。
I wasn't sure exactly what I was getting myself into, but I had to do something. And calling the spirit's name definitely seemed to have an effect.
あなたの名前知ってるわよ。
おい、シスター。
All at once, the black figure was facing me, though I never saw her turn around. She was flying towards me now, ignoring Tsukasa. Could have fooled me. I repeated this like a mantra and stuck one hand into my pocket, grasping tightly onto the one and only item I'd stashed there. Yes. You are Yoshi Shirazaki.
私には本当にお守りがある。
Tsukasa's care, his effort, his beliefs, they were all packed into this pencil. And when you get right down to it, that's what a charm is, right? I squeezed the nubby little thing in my pocket, mentally preparing myself for the confrontation ahead. The confrontation I'd impulsively initiated.
Sister! 逃げろ!
逃げない。私は逃げないわ。 神様、どうかお願い。助けて。
I closed my eyes, lifted my hand from my pocket, and brandished Tsukasa's pencil intently. The gauntlet had been thrown. I was putting a lot of faith into this, and I really, really hoped I hadn't made a mistake in doing so.
私は獅子のゆい。この学校で先生を目指しているわ。 That had an effect. I opened my eyes to find that the shadowy spirit, Yoshi, had stopped dead in her tracks. Did it work? Was Tsukasa's pencil keeping this vengeful soul at bay?
私の代わりはいらない。死ね。
I'm not here to replace you. Suddenly, I was whisked off my feet and slammed against the ceiling. Ooh! I could see him down below. He was staring up at me, desperately leaping. He was trying to catch me, I suppose, even though he knew he'd never reach. I called out to him over and over again in my mind. If he could get away, if he could survive this ordeal, then it would all have been worth it. Yoshi was drawing near, and I was helplessly pinned to the ceiling. I had no chance at all. There was no doubt in my mind that my life was over. I clung to the relief I felt at Tsukasa's safety. It was the only thing keeping me from losing my head entirely. Well, at least there you're kind of in the same boat as Yoshi. The only thing keeping her from losing her head entirely is what's left of her neck. Then, all at once, the situation took a complete 180. It was like a miracle.
Shinozaki Yoshie! そこまでにせい!
Before I had any idea what was happening, I found myself bathed in a gentle light.
Oh, ばあちゃん。
守ってやれんですまんな。せめてこれ以上邪術が拡大せぬこと。
It was the old woman who had collapsed in front of my house. She was standing down below me, enveloped in a warm glow. So not dead then. The black shadow lunged toward her. Then there was a horrific noise, and the old woman was gone.
Shizuto!
Yeah, let's never mind the fact that we're still on the fucking roof. Let's just point that one out. And just like that, I fell to the ground. Fair enough. Whatever Yoshi had done to me, the old woman must have nullified it. That must have been why she came to me this morning, and why she had come again now. I felt like I was going to faint. Tsukasa ran to my side and gently scooped me off the ground into his arms. Yoshi's spirit was gone. She'd vanished along with the light. Around us now, the only sound was the pitter-patter of raindrops on the school's roof.
Oi! Shizuto! Shizuto!
Hey, now that's happened, can we get the fuck out of here already?
司くん。
I'd suffered quite a bump on the head from my fall, and was decidedly disoriented. But I still had enough sense to put my arms around Tsukasa's neck.
バカ! 逃げろって言ったのに!
ごめん。でも。
I wanted to protect you. I couldn't bear the thought of losing you, is what I wanted to say. But instead, I just passed out in his arms. I felt as though I was waking from a long, horrible dream.
おい、大丈夫か?
That's not unlike how Berlioz was that one time I fucking woke up with a cat in my mouth.
Oi, Shishido?
こどこ?
本当に大丈夫か? 見ればわかるだろ? 学校の保健室だって。
Okay, we're in the nurse's office, so we're still in the school, but at least there's light now.
保健室。
It occurred to me to look at my surroundings. Probably something I should have done before asking about them, but in my defense, I was out cold. Yeah, fair enough. Beige walls, pink curtains, white beds with solid blue covers. This was indeed the school infirmary, no doubt about it.
どうして？
どうしてもこうしても、お前があんなところで倒れてたから、ここに連れてきてやったんじゃん。
Wait, what?
あんなとこ
おいおい、まだ具合悪いんじゃないのか？肛門だよ、肛門。
肛門に？私、そこに倒れてったの？
そうだけど。
No.
私、確かに学校の中でヨシエさんから逃げて。そうだ、腕を怪我して。腕、なんとも、ない？
はあ？腕？
夢だったの？そんなはずない。だって本当に痛くて死んじゃいそうだったのに。
Are they really pulling the whole it was all a dream card? Oh, jeez.
まあなんか様子が変だけど、とにかく無事でほっとしたよ。こういうのって虫の知らせって言うんだな。なんとなく気になってお前ん家に行ったら、お前のお母さんに学校に行ったって聞いてな。そしたらあんなところに倒れてるんだもんな。
司くん、
Well, I appreciate the concern.
まあとりあえず詳しい話は後で聞くからさ。ちょっと待ってな。
You're not about to bring me another fucking coffee, are you? Or another pencil?
司くん、行っちゃった。ヨシエさんのこと聞こうと思ったのに。
あら、シシドさん、目が覚めたのね。
先
生、驚いたわよ。三国くんが血相変えて私を呼びに来るんだもの。私が当直でよかったわね。
ご迷惑をおかけしてすみません。
それはいいのよ。でもあなたずいぶんうなされていたから、悪い夢でも見てたんじゃない？
悪い夢？
そうよ。三国くんもすごく心配してたわよ。
そうだ。やっぱりきっと悪い夢なんだ。昼間に怖い話とか聞いちゃったし。
ともかくもう大丈夫？
はい。
そう、よかったわ。
And the nurse smiled cheerfully and disappeared behind the partitioning curtain. Letting out a sigh, I laid myself down on the bed once more. It was dead silent. The rain must have let up. The only sound I heard was an occasional cough from the nurse, who was otherwise going about her business quietly.
あ、そういえばペンケース。
I thrust my hands into my pockets, not really expecting to find it. But
ちゃんとある。
the pen case, complete with Sukasa's pencil talisman inside, was present and accounted for. Which meant that
私、やっぱり教室には行ったんだ。やっぱり夢じゃない。
おーい。
あ、司くんおかえり。
I was still trying to remember exact details about what happened when I unexpectedly felt something cold pressed against my cheek. Something cold?
これって
お前うなされてただろ。汗もかいてたし、喉乾いたんじゃないかなと思ってさ。ほら、コーヒー牛乳。
Caffeole. I hate it when I'm right.
ありがとう。
Tsukasa went out of his way to buy this just for me, and he doesn't even like the thing. It was a lovely gesture. How could I possibly refuse?
お前さ、 明日というか、もう今日か。推薦の試験だろ？何時からだ
？9時。
あと4時間か。
It's 5 a.m. Jesus.
もう無理だよ今日は。
I've been put through hell on earth. Taking a test was the furthest thing from my mind. I was in tears, and I had no idea why. Maybe it was because I was so relieved, so glad to be alive.
Oh. よし。なあ、シシド。起きれるか？
え？
ちょうどいいから、お前にいいもの見せてやるよ。
いいもの？
ああ、そうだな。むしろ、お前には見てほしいんだ。
うん。
Oh, you're gonna learn about his special place. That sounds weird, but you know what I mean. My nose was still running, but my heart felt a lot lighter. I no longer felt threatened by this school. I was comfortable and safe. The two of us left the nurse's office with Tsukasa in the lead, and even though I was holding a cold coffee in my hand, I still felt warm all over. Neither of us said a thing as he led me through the empty halls. It occurred to me that when we last saw one another, I was mad at him.
ほら、シシド、着いたぞ。
ここって渡り廊下？
まあまあ、もうすぐだからちょっと待てよ。
もうすぐ？
Oh, just have a bit of patience. I had no idea what I was looking for. Oh, don't worry. You'll know it when you see it. I just kept staring at him, but his eyes were fixed on the window leading out into the walkway. As I gazed upon him in profile, I felt my heart skip a beat. Oh, damn, I used that joke earlier. Never mind.
昨日のこと謝らなくちゃいけない。
But I just wasn't sure what to say. I'd let my feelings get the better of me, and reprimanded him for behaviour that was, at least at the time, entirely reasonable. There was more to it than that, though. There was one particular reason, more than any other, that made it hard for me to think of the words to say here. Because you love the bastard! He and I had run from Yoshi together. We escaped her wrath against insurmountable odds. And what if that wasn't all just a dream?
お、出てきたぞ。
I followed Tsukasa's pointing finger, and...
朝日。すごい。すごい。
Oh, it's an open top walkway. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was enclosed, but fair enough. That may end up being with, or maybe that one will end up being the thumbnail. I'm not sure yet.
俺、ここでよく夕日を眺めてるんだけどさ、朝日もいいもんだな。
I mean, sunrise, sunset, same show, just a different direction.
綺麗だよ。街がオレンジに染まっていく。
お、元気出てきたな。
I love they're still holding hands as well. That is such a nice touch.
ここって司くんの言ってた例の場所だよね。
You only just figured that out.
おう、
今まで絶対に教えてくれなかったのに、どうして今日は その教えてくれるの？
別になんとなく。
No comment.
なんとなくって。
I could think of a reason, but I didn't say anything. There's 3 words that come to mind right now, and they're literally screaming in my head at the top of the imaginary voice's lungs. And the words are quite simply, just fuck already! It just seemed kind of far-fetched to me, and if I were misinterpreting him, I'd be very embarrassed. He couldn't possibly, could he? My face felt kind of warm. Ugh, you and me both. The heat is not letting up in this place right now. I placed the sweaty cafe au lait on my cheek and sighed softly.
どうした？顔赤いぞ。
Read between the lines, folks.
そう？
まだ具合悪いんじゃないのか？
そんなことないよ。ほら、朝日が赤いせ。
So, on one side, we've got a girl who is great at expressing feelings, but not her innermost feelings about somebody else, not wanting to be embarrassed if she got the wrong end of the stick. On the other end, we've got a guy who is absolutely hopeless with emotions, unlike me, let's be honest, who is almost projecting his feelings so obviously that both of them are blind to it. Which leads me all the way back to just fuck already.
Oh, なるほどな。
Boys can be so dead sometimes. You got no argument for me. I mean, girls can be, how do I put this politely? Girls can very much send mixed signals. And it's sometimes hard to determine which one's the real one.
試験頑張れよ。今からすぐ戻って準備すりゃ間に合うだろ。
You think she's in any kind of mood or condition to take said exam?
ありがとう。司くんのそれ好き。
What's that?
それと、あと、ごめんね。
なんで謝るんだよ。
いや、昨日、ほら、なんかちょっと気まずくなっちゃったし、七不思議の話して。
ああ、そんなこともあったっけ？
You literally blocked it from your mind. You...
そんなこともって、私は結構気にしてたんだけどな。
女子はほんと細かいこと気にするよな。俺は全然何とも思ってなかったのに。
And I thought Satoshi was bad.
そっか。
Speaking of Satoshi, is he still watching over Miss Yui 5 years in the future with money just in his lap or whatever? You know, just still asking the cat permission to use things. I let out another sigh and turned back toward the morning sun, stretching my arms skyward as a sudden wave of exhaustion overcame me. The day got brighter bit by bit, and I just stood there, silently trying to piece together all the jumbled thoughts rattling around in my head. I was running away from Yoshi, and Tsukasa was with me. Then I was saved by that old wound.
やっぱり夢だよね。あんなの。
As the bright rays of the sun washed over me, I felt new life and new hope welling up from within, and I finally came to terms with those horrid events. Most likely, I got the pen case without incident, but then, on my way back, something hit my head and knocked me out. That would be just my luck.
あ、ちょっとシシド、動くなよ。
え？
そのまま、そのまま。
I didn't know what he was planning to do, but he was staring right at me. It felt kind of like he was staring into my soul. And then...
Eh?
Slowly, Tsukasa drew his face towards mine. About fucking time!
これって？
シシド。
え？あ、嘘。何？これ。
I shut my eyes. I was ready for this. Or maybe I just didn't want to look. Either's possible. But the next sensation I felt wasn't quite the one I was expecting.
シシド、これ大丈夫か？
Huh? He'd grabbed my arm for some reason and was staring down at it intently.
何よ、紛らわしいな。
Oh, for fuck's sake.
で、やだ、何これ。
Hmm? Turns out, he was just concerned by the strange bruise I had apparently received, which had momentarily become visible when I raised my arms. It was right around my elbow. Right where Yoshi had grabbed me in my dream.
痛そうだな。
全然痛くないけど。
けど？
なんでもないよ。
Giving a wry smile, I gently pulled my arm from his grip. Oh, for fuck's sake.
ねえ、司くん。
ん？
帰る前に一つお願いがあるんだけど。
なんだよ。
手、繋いでもいい？
You pulled your hand from his grip, only to then ask if you would hold hands. I can't even... Ugh. Let's just get through this.
手？
ダメかな。なんでという彼の言葉
When he
には
asked why I wanted to do this, I fed him his own line. I just told him no reason. Come on. If that's not a come on...
そっと指先を掴んだだけの軽いも
We
のだった
only
けど
joined fingertips.
初めて
But for the
私
first
は
time...
お互いの
Oh,
心
yeah.
がつながっているのを感じた気がしてとても嬉しかったのを覚えている。
I'm glad you felt happy. Back to present day.
ゆい先生、ゆい先生。
司くん。
ゆい先生ってば。
I knew I'd heard that voice before, but who was it? Was I just dreaming? Again? I still felt like I was holding Tsukasa's hand, though. Or...
ゆい先生、手
Huh? Huh?
Busted! We all knew it was coming eventually. Although I love that even, I nearly said Merlin. Where the fuck did Merlin come from? I love how even when he's there.
やっと起きた。
あら？え？持田くん？
Boy, are you in for a rude awakening.
そうだよ、持田聡だよ。
I was still dazed. I had no idea what was going on, and at this point, neither do I. All I knew was that one of my students, Satoshi Machida, was here, and he looked concerned.
ゆい先生、いい加減手を。
え？あら！
Yeah, you're still grabbing onto him. I finally realized what he was talking about. I was holding Machida's hand in my own, and squeezing it awfully tightly. Oh boy.
やだ！ごめんなさい！私ったら…
Uh-oh. Look at her arm. She's got a bruise.
いいけどさ、ゆい先生、結構握力強いんだな。
あら、そう？これでも昔はか弱く儚い美少女として巷に名を馳せたものだけど。
それどこから突っ込んでいいの？
That's probably the best response you could have given to that.
手厳しいわね。
Like? Machida was a good student. He and I got along well, and we were already falling back into our usual pattern of good-natured ribbing. Except...
ちょっと待って。どうして持田くんがうちにいるの？
Oh, now she asks the $64,000 question.
それさっき話したじゃん。
え？
はあ、その調子じゃ何も覚えてないんでしょ。
何も？
What is... Oh god, not this music again.
さっき俺の作ったおかゆ食って薬飲んでまた寝たじゃないか。その時話したのに。本当に綺麗さっぱり覚えてない？
全然。
笑えないよ、もう。
Machida saw it and pointed at the table.
あれ、山崎先生からの届け物。
もしかしてわざわざそれを届けに来てくれたの？
Yeah, it seems like about 4 hours ago at this point. Partly because it was.
そうだよ。そしたらゆい先生があんまりにひどい状態だったから飯作って。
Oh god, no, not the egg porridge. I had just got that image out of my head.
キッチン借りていいって言ったのはモネだから。
You actually said that! You... Machida, Satoshi, sorry. She's never gonna let you live that one down. I stroked with his neck and he lied down contentedly in my futon. Things you should never admit to, even if they're factually correct. I give you Exhibit A. Such a pretty kitty. I was getting kind of wrapped up in petting him, as I often did. I almost forgot Vegeta was here, until he let out a huge sigh.
ゆい先生、玄関の鍵は閉めないと不用心だよ。
あら、開いてた？
How the fuck else do you think he got in?
今回ばかりは開いてて助かったけど、でも今後はちゃんと閉めないとダメだからな。
気をつけるわ。
なんで笑うの？
持田くん、私のお母さんみたいだから。
うわ、複雑。
That's a hell of a compliment or an insult, whichever way you take it. I don't think I like the implications. I didn't mean to laugh. I must have seemed kind of deranged. No comment. But I could always blame it on the fever. Yeah, sure. Vegeta looked at me and let out another sigh. My poor sense of humor must have been getting to him.
でもまあ、だいぶ元気になってきたみたいでよかったよ。
You actually seem, well, with it.
そうみたい。
結構寝てたもんな、ゆい先生。
そうね。確か今朝風邪でめまいがして、学校にお休みの電話をして、モネちゃんのご飯を用意して、そこから先の記憶がないのよね。
I'm not surprised.
あれ、コンビニ行ったんじゃないの？
コンビ
ニ？うん。冷却シートと弁当があって、ほらこれ。レシートの時間。今朝になってるけど。
本当だ。
もしかしてゆい先生、コンビニ行ったこと覚えてないの？
Hey, delirium is a real thing.
うわー、もうしっかりしてくれよ。まさかパジャマで出かけたりしてないよな。
そんなことはないと思うけど。
One set of CCTV footage later, and you'd be up a creek.
どうかな。
Nor would I. And I don't think, and at this rate, I don't think she would be either.
笑ってごまかさない。
ごめん。持田くん、私のことずっと看病してくれてたの？
うん。
そう。遅くまでごめんなさいね。
It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Wow. I couldn't believe Vegeta had been with me this whole time. I felt both guilty and grateful, and I definitely gained a new respect for him. Yeah, I'll give him credit. He may have less brain cells than the cat currently on his lap, but at least his heart's in the right place.
おかゆ、まだちょっと残ってるから、腹減ったら食べてよ。あとそれから、これ。
スーパーの袋？
冷蔵庫を見たら何もなかったからさ。 ついでに買っておいたよ。
え？
And the bag was quite heavy, Jesus. Inside it was a bottle of orange juice, some bananas, canned peaches, apples, and other assorted fruits.
これ
風邪の時ってビタミンを取るといいんだろう。それ食べて早く良くなってよ。
持田くん。
That much fruit couldn't have come cheap, especially for a high schooler. I don't think that was the priority. I considered offering to pay him back, but decided against it. Cheap ass. I knew he wouldn't take my money, and besides, I really appreciated the fact that he'd gone to all this trouble for me. I'd return the favor another time. If it ever seemed like he was going to be staying late after school, maybe I'd buy him dinner. You're a teacher. He's your student. No comment. Or I could help him with preparations for the school festival.
じゃあ俺帰るよ。
あ、大丈夫？道わかるかしら？なんなら途中まで見送りに行くわよ。
You're sounding exactly like Tsukasa.
大丈夫だよ。ゆい先生はおとなしく寝てて。まだ本調子じゃないんだし。第一、夜道を女の人一人で歩くなんて危険だよ。
And that's probably about as sexist as it gets. Technically accurate? Not something that should ever really be said out loud, certainly not by another man.
持田くんは優しいね。そういうとこキュンとしちゃう。
あれ？そういうこと俺に言っていいの？
なんで？
Machida and I joke like this a lot. Usually it made him blush and get adorably embarrassed. But not today. Today he just grinned sheepishly, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I didn't quite get it. What was his angle?
司くんって誰？先生の恋人？
どうしてそれ？
ゆい先生寝てるときずっとその人のこと呼んでたよ。うなされながら何度も司くん司くんって。誰なんだよ。
That crafty Machida had turned the tables on me. Oh, how the turntables have turned. And how embarrassing to know that I'd been calling Tsukasa's name.
それは。
That's a point. It's been 5 years since... we'll call it a fever dream. But there's no sign of Tsukasa. She lives here alone. I hesitated to answer for a moment, but then figured, what the hell, why not?
司くんはね、私の初恋の人。
その様子じゃ、ゆい先生はよっぽどその人のことが好きだったんだね。
Something like that.
だって先生さっきすごかったよ。俺のこと司って人と間違えてたでしょ。
Unbelievable! That's your response to her literally throwing herself at you. Tits and all.
やだ。
You try to snog him.
ゆい先生、顔赤いよ。
これは熱のせいよ、きっと。
Bullshit.
まあいいや。そういうことにしてあげる。
Bullshit called.
もうあんまり大人をからかわないで。
Uh-huh. You shouldn't really mess with kids either, but, well, 4 hours ago happened.
だってこんなゆい先生、めったに見れないからさ。
I wasn't sure he was ever going to give me the full story of all the embarrassing things I'd done in my fevered days. And maybe it was better he didn't. Yeah. Either way, I was in his debt, so he could tease me all he wanted. Just this once.
やばい。そろそろ帰らないと。ゆかがカンカンだ。
Oh shit, yeah, Yuka, I completely forgot about her.
今日はありがとね。もう暗いから気をつけて帰るのよ。
はーい。それじゃあ先生、食事をきちんととって、頑張って早く治してくれよ。
うん。頑張る。
ファイト
！ Okay.
ありがとう。いい子だな、持田くんは。いかんいかん。あの子は生徒だぞ。おいで、モネちゃん。一緒に寝よっか。会いたいな、司くん。
Yeah, we don't. What happened to Tsukasa? And it leaves us on that cliffhanger. No mention of the bruise on her arm either. That's interesting. Which is very interesting when you consider that in the initial game, of the 4 Kisaragi folk in the game, of the 4 Kisaragi High people that died in the first game, well, we already know what happened to Mayu. We already know what happened to Seiko. And Yui's one of the other 2. But, yeah, we actually got the good end on the first attempt. Somehow managed to luck my way through all of the correct options. And now I go to Purgatory. Hiroshimoro, Miyuki, Sawashiro, Nobuhiko, Okamoto testimonies unlocked. Okay. Well, it seems to be how we're ending these episodes so far, so I might as well. Fever Dreams, completed chapter 3. Okay. I'm actually surprised I didn't hit a single wrong end there. I really am. Because you can see there were 5 wrong ends I could have hit at any point. And given that some of my decisions were timed, that's nuts. That's actually nuts. But alright, let's, what are we? There weren't even any name tags to pick up, were there? I sure shit. Well, we couldn't explore anything, so I guess there aren't. I guess there just aren't any. And none of that was in Heavenly Host, so yeah, it would make sense that there weren't any. Alright, let's see what's going on in the Soulful Testimonies. So who did we get there? So we've had Seiko and we've had Yuka. Whatever. We've had I nearly said Daho next, Jesus. And we've had you as well. Alright, Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll start with Satoshi. See what he's got to say for himself.
お疲れ様です。どうも。持田聡役、 下野紘です。はい、ということでですね、今回、コープスパーティー、ブラッドカバーリピーティッドフィアの、まあ、続編というかですね、第2章。
That's also the HD version.
コープスパーティー、ブックオブシャドウズ。はい、こちらの方ですね、プレイしていただきまして、本当にありがとうございます。ということで、今回ですね、まあ、僕はですね、新たに収録した部分というのの、収録が終わったところなんですけれども、まあ、今回いろいろと実際にゲーム本編が始まる前の、お話ですね、ゆい先生とまあちょっとなんていうんですか、そういうまあなんかね淡い感じのなんかそういうのがちょっとやってて、少し僕もねなんか恥ずかしくなっちゃったりとか、そういう風になった感じの、まあそういうね、まあ全然そういう風なこともないんですけれどもね、まあ今回、ゆい先生が風邪ひいて、ゆい先生を、看病することになった、さとしくんということで、まあ本編は本当にですね、まあ
You don't say.
怖いという風な、本当に怖い印象があったりとかしますけれどもね、結構僕もファンレターでいろいろと本当に怖くてですね、まずオープニングを見た段階でもう電源を消しましたっていう人もいたぐらい本当に、怖いものになっていますけれどもまあこのゆい先生との、このストーリーは、全く全然そういう風なこともなく、まあ新キャラクターが出てきたりとか、そういう風なことに関してですね、まあちょっと触れていたりだとか、まあどなたでもお気軽にやっていただける話になっていたのではないかなって思うんですけれどもね。でもおそらくこれゲームクリアしないと出てこないとか、そういう風なことですよね、きっとね。
Well,
ね、
that chapter
なので
anyway.
これを聞いている方はね、頑張ったんじゃないかな。はいね、怖がりながら頑張った人もいれば、もうすごく楽しみで頑張った人もいたんじゃないかなと思います。なので、まあ、どちらも含めて本当によく頑張った、偉かったぞ、なんだこれはということで、まあね、まだ、1回しかプレイしてないという方もきっといるのではないかなと思いますので、そういう方はですね、本当何度も何度も遊べると思いますので、何度も何度も遊んでいただけたらなと思います。そして怖い人はちょっと1周目やって、ああ怖かったなって思った人はですね、友達と一緒にプレイしてみてはいかがでしょうか。ということで、今回はこの辺でまたお会いできるのかな、どうなんだろうなね。え本当に僕としてはまだまだ続いてもらいたいのですが、ということで、僕も楽しみにしておりますので、皆さんも楽しみにしててください。ということで、持田聡役下野紘でした。バイバイ。
Jesus Christ, he was milking it. Oh my god. I mean, to be fair, I'm playing with friends. All my Twitch viewers are friends. Anyone watching this on YouTube is friend. I hope. It's just this is just a nice, friendly game. Although I won't lie, I did get jump scared by a couple of the Yoshi moments. That did catch me off guard at points. And the fact that I am sitting in a darkened room playing this game did not help either. Alright, let's see what the let's see what the lady of the moment has to say for herself. Yeah, let's see what Yui Shishido's got to say. Or at least her voice actor.
お疲れ様です。シシドユイやらせていただきました。沢城みゆきです。本編楽しんでいただけましたでしょうか。私はですね、多分自分でやることはないと思います。やることはないというか、やれないというか、皆さんこれいつやるのかしら。夜やるのかしら。
It's currently 1 a.m.
確かにやってもなんでしょう、やっぱり面白くないんですかね。夜こう後ろを振り返りながらやるのが面白いんでしょうか。私はちょっととてもこれやれそうになくてですね、感想を聞かせていただけたら嬉しいなと、 思っております。学校っていう空間は怖いにせよ楽しいにせよとっても好きな空間で、
Okay.
想像しながら廊下を走ったり暗い階段をこう一人パタパタ上がっていく感じのこう何とも言えない学校の匂いを感じながら、久しぶり
What
に
the fucking school did you go to?
楽しかったです。今度はですねもうちょっと怖くないので、また学校のお話、携われたらいいなと思います。ありがとうございました。
Wow, that felt like a breath of fresh air compared to Machida's. And, well, let's see what, like, even though I know nothing about him beyond this chapter, let's see what Tsukasa got to say for himself.
はい、どうもお疲れ様です。司役の岡本信彦です。いやー、収録今終わったところなんですけれども、あれですね、司くんがですね、めっちゃかっこよくてですね、
That's one way of
い
putting
や
it.
爽やかなイケメンですごいんですよ。これぜひ好きになってくださいと言わんばかりのですね、僕の思いがこう演技に含まれていたら嬉しいんですけども、そうですね、こんなにイケメンなんですけど、まさかですね、
Not the word I'd use.
結構怖い恐怖体験もですね、収録中に疑似体験できてですね、いやー、台本をですねもらった時にもう普通に読んじゃいましてですね、めっちゃ怖いんですよね。あの人が人じゃないんですかね、化け物が怖いんですよ。司くんが言うには倍司くんで化け物なんですけど、いやよくですね、今回も死に方たくさんあるんですけど、言っていいのかわかんないですけど、よく祁答院さんはこんなにすごい死に方を考えられるなと本当に感動してしまいますね。僕自身ですね、結構ホラー作品というものは好きでして、そうですね、ショッキングシーンなんかも結構割と耐性がある方なんですけど、文字面を読んでてですね、夜中に昨日読んでいて、すごい背中がゾッとしましたそうですね、しかもゾッとする時に限ってこう家がですねミシッといったりするのがですね、人の気配とかを感じるのがですね、とても怖い次第でございます。はい、コープスパーティー、またですね、司くんやれる機会あればいいなとか思いつつですね、それはぜひ皆さんの応援によってできると思うので、ぜひ僕にもう一回司くんをやる、機会をくださいませ。皆さん、本当に収録楽しかったです。お疲れ様でした。
Now I'm curious. Now you said that, I need to think. I need to have a just quick check of something here. Where are we? Let me just pull this over here. 2 seconds. I'm gonna switch to my second screen here. Alright, I'm done with the game at this point, so it's not, if it breaks, it's not the end of the world. But, yeah, Corpse Party Wikia. Even though it's fandom now, but whatever. Right. Because I'm genuinely curious if he does appear in any other games. Tsukasa. Well, that's the guy. Major character introduced in Corpse Party Book of Shadows, student in Kisaragi Academy, class of 3-7. Yeah, that's fine. Ah, here we go. Appearances. Appears in Book of Shadows, and also appears in Sweet Sachiko's Hysteric Birthday Bash. Which, minor spoiler, I do own that game as well. And I know even less about that than I do this one. Also known as Corpse Party 2U. Depending on where in the world you are. But I do know that's a non-canon game. That's very much just... It's just one of those things. It's one of those spin-off games that is like... how can we take something incredibly creepy and put a humorous spin on it? That's as much as I know about that. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he only appears in Book of Shadows and Sweet Sachiko's Bash. That's an honest surprise. I was expecting to see some mention in Blood Drive, which is the next canon game after Book of Shadows. That's honestly a surprise. No, I don't want to look at that. And okay, and apparently he appeared in the manga, the Book of Shadows mango. Ugh. I think it's time for me to go to bed, don't you? So I think I'm going to do exactly that in just a second. And yes, I've changed the music for the ending screen. I couldn't resist. So I figured it was appropriate considering. All right, yes, the last ending music was also a corpse party theme. It was for the wrong end of Yuka's death, I think it was. On that particular wrong ending. But I just think this has a more tranquil feel to it, honestly. So I think I'll probably stick with this at least a little bit longer. I might change it up going forward. I don't know. We'll see how I feel about that. But for the moment, let me see who is live. Who, if anyone, is live. Okay, I normally do not raid partnered streamers, but considering what they're playing and considering how recently I also played it, I think I have to give this one to a very special lady, all things considered. We are going to give this one to Sneevil, who is currently doing Dino Crisis for the very first time. And she's immediately getting stuck in a DDK. I remember those days. Let's not tell her it's energy. The password that she's looking for is energy. Let's not tell her that. But let's give her a raid. I'll probably even tell her that I did this pacifist just earlier in the week. But yeah, I'll send you on over to her. But yeah, remember folks, if you've got a crush on somebody, don't beat about the fucking bush. Just tell them. Otherwise, you're gonna have people like me looking at you, and you're just gonna be like, just fuck already. And on that note, take care, folks. And remember, we're not telling her it's energy.